All right, we're now live. Welcome to our electronic Committee of the Whole meeting on May 11th, 2021. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Regional Council is practicing physical distancing. In an attempt to speed things up, we've assigned a mover and a seconder for all recommendations contained within the agenda package. I'll read these out at the appropriate time, and I will then state the result of the vote. To start, I'm going to call on Jessica Rudy to conduct the roll call.
Councillor Armstrong?
Present.
Councillor Clark?
Present.
Councillor Erb?
Present.
Councillor Foxton?
Present.
Councillor Galloway?
Present.
Councillor Harris?
Present.
Councillor Jaworski?
Here.
Councillor Jowett?
Present.
Councillor Kiefer?
Present.
Councillor Lorentz?
I'm here.
Councillor Mann?
Present.
Councillor Nowak?
Present.
Chair Redmond?
Present.
Councillor Shantz?
Present.
Councillor Strickland?
Here.
And Councillor Verbanovich? Councillor Verbanovich? Okay, all present except for Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask for any declarations of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Are there any declarations? Councillor Jaworski?
Hi, this is just news for my colleagues rather than the clerk, but previously I had a conflict of interest on the mask bylaw and could not participate, and I no longer have that conflict and am able to fully participate today.
Thank you, Councillor Jaworski. I see no other declarations. We're going to move on to the delegations. We do have a few late additions, so I am going to bring them up into the appropriate report, and we will move all of the reports up on the agenda so that we can deal with them while the delegations are with us. I'd like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. Please leave your video and camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you're called upon to speak. Today's delegations will be allotted 5 minutes to speak for individuals and 10 minutes for the group delegation. We'll also ask that you leave the meeting once your issue has been addressed. You're then welcome to watch the remainder of the meeting being webcast live via YouTube. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and hate speech or defamatory comments. The first delegation on the agenda has to do with item 2103, which is the Cambridge Services Hub model for vulnerable community members. Perlene Cameron, Amy Wells, and Jenn Boyd. You have 10 minutes. Item 415. Oh, hi, Ruth.
Good morning to council. I believe that one member of my delegation is having challenges getting online. Amy Wells, she should be in the waiting room. She's one of my managers at ACCKWA.
Yep. We're not seeing her in the waiting room.
Okay. All right. So both myself and Jenn Boyd, who is my manager of harm reduction programs, are going to speak.
That's fine.
I will improvise a little bit, Jenn, and I'll start out and then you can speak. How's that? All right. So good morning to council. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak about what we have now come to call the Cambridge Multi-Agency Community Space. Cambridge Max at 150 Main in the regional building is a still relatively new collaboration, which is anchored by ACCKWA, the AIDS Committee of Cambridge, Kitchener, Waterloo and area, and also supported by Lang's Community Health Center, as well as the Cambridge Self-Help Food Bank, and a collaboration which involves the Canadian Mental Health Association, Lutherwood, and several other community services in our region. What I'd like to speak to today is the importance of the support that is potentially being offered through the region for some free space in that building to offer support to several unhoused individuals in our community. What I'd like to do is offer you a little bit of context into how groundbreaking this hub model is. Currently, what we have happening at 150 Main is a collaboration which offers access to food security programs, the housing list, to access emergency shelter, to access primary health care, and access to harm reduction supplies, including naloxone, for individuals who are unhoused in our community and living in encampments in Cambridge. What I want you to understand is that through this collaboration, we are able to offer individuals access to basic needs, which are, quite frankly, life-saving, and that this collaboration could not exist without the support in terms of access to free space, which not only provides people an ideal location in terms of accessing those life-saving and affirming services, but also offers individuals and the organizations that are part of the collaboration safety in terms of a regional government building, has security in it, given some of the animosity that there is towards these particularly vulnerable individuals in our community. Prior to the pandemic, there already was a severe escalation in need for individuals who are part of this population in the community. At ACCKWA, over the course of 3 years, we experienced a 100% increase in terms of the individuals we were serving only for harm reduction services alone in Cambridge. So I will leave it there and ask Jenn Boyd to speak about the harm reduction services she's able to provide out of this location.
Thanks, Ruth. Good morning, Council. My name is Jenn Boyd, and I am the Manager of Harm Reduction Programs for ACCKWA. I have assisted in providing that backbone support to the drop-in over the past, I'd say, 8 months. And we have an existing program, a harm reduction program that exists there as well. And I can say that it's made an extremely positive impact on our community. I'm thankful for so many agencies coming together to address the gaps that COVID really exacerbated, and creating something that engages meaningfully and provides a wide variety of services to take a more holistic view on the lives of those that we work with. We operate a needle syringe program in the drop-in space, and our services have often been displaced as harm reduction is such a polarizing topic in the city of Cambridge. It makes it difficult to find a place to actually be able to successfully do this work. It's been a good place for us, especially with it being a service hub where we can easily make those referrals when people come to us with something beyond their harm reduction needs. Those that work with the site have nothing but positive feedback to give to us, feeling as if they're part of a wider community initiative. This is empowering for the service users and really brings us all together in a way that fosters growth and healthy connection. There's an element of safety in doing our work with the support and partnership with the region, one that allows us to do the work without risking other community organizations and their reputations or creating stigma for those that come to see us. It is only one of 2 fixed sites in all of Cambridge doing this work. This also speaks to the need for the service and the need for it to be sustained inside of this drop-in space. The drop-in has allowed other outreach activities to work as complementary services, as we can work with the individuals that we see doing our outreach initiatives to the encampment, talk to them about the drop-in itself, and make those warm referrals. The drop-in is spoken extremely highly of from those it works with, and it's been a really beautiful experience to be a part of. My hope is that Council today will see how the drop-in serves our community holistically and also keeps the agencies involved protected from the harms that come with doing this work in the wider community. I hope that you approve the request to work out of 150 Main and continue towards the sustainability of these programs as it continues to evolve.
Thanks, Jen. And I see that Amy has managed to join us. I wonder whether Amy has anything to add?
Hi, Council. Well, nice to meet you. Yes, I was just going to more speak to some of the unprecedented steps that we have seen, the unprecedented services that we have seen here at the drop-in in Cambridge recently. We've never had such centralized services in Cambridge before for such a diverse population, and it's really starting to show in some of the clientele that we're seeing. We're seeing people that we've never seen before. We're getting an idea of the actual need out in the community a little bit more by offering these services. And we're trying to catch people right at the beginning of homelessness. When we see new referrals, new drop-ins, they said it just happened. We're hoping that the housing stability system can be enacted a lot quicker for individuals and do those wraparound supports a lot faster in order to minimize the trauma that some people experience when they experience homelessness. So that's kind of what I have been seeing personally at the drop-in.
Sorry, Ruth, did you want to add something?
Yes, all I want to do in terms of conclusion is ask Council again for their support for this motion, because it will secure this collaboration, but because of all of the potential impact that we can have going forward in Cambridge. In addition to the collaboration that we currently have, which offers access to primary care for the unhoused individuals in Cambridge, there is the potential to offer additional services outside of the current drop-in hours, which are afternoons 5 days a week, and offer access to dedicated primary care, HIV and infectious disease care, and hepatitis C care clinics. So individuals in Cambridge who are living with HIV or hepatitis C still have had to sometimes go to Kitchener to access those services. And it would be unprecedented if we were able to offer stable and permanent clinics for individuals in the community where they live. It is the gold standard in terms of HIV and hepatitis C care. Beyond that, we will, with time, be able to offer the full complement of services that ACCWA provides through our service hub in Kitchener for individuals who are vulnerable or living with HIV. And the other partner agencies, as they desire, will be able to offer an expanded array of services for these communities as well, not only servicing needs for those who are unhoused, but also for precarious and vulnerable individuals who may still be housed in the community as a preventative measure. It is such a positive move, and we really welcome your support for cementing this partnership. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And your timing is excellent too, despite the delay. There are a couple of questions. Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ruth, Jen, and Amy for the presentation. A terrific project, and certainly something I'll be able to support, of course. As part of a growing list of harm reduction initiatives that Council has been undertaking over a long period of time. The question I have is maybe to you, Ruth, or ACCWA members, or maybe even staff. The recommendation talks about a 2-year lease for $1. And I'm wondering if the 2 years coincides with funding for the program, or what is behind the actual 2-year timeline?
I would say that the initial 2-year time is just a suggested timeline for an initial trial, as we are all entering into this partnership for the very first time and are learning as we go. The initial 2-year period will allow us time to work on other resources needed to stabilize this partnership, including both emergency and operational funding, formalized partnership agreements between all of the partners, and work on all of the, kind of regulatory or operational details that we need to further formalize our partnership.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, great program. I'm very glad to see that these kinds of services, the service hub will be available in the south end of the region.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Ruth, Jenn, and Amy for coming in and making your presentation, and for coming up with this proposal to continue and the work that you've been doing already, but to really take it to the next level. I know ACCWA's had a long history in our region, but particularly in the northern part, in terms of being a great partner with many agencies in terms of service delivery, and to see this important work now start happening in the south part of the region is key, in my view, to address some of the challenges that aren't just being experienced down there, but as we know are being experienced throughout the region, and it's important that we have the services in place throughout the region to meet the needs of some of our most vulnerable citizens. So thanks for taking on this challenge, and I look forward to supporting it today.
Thank you.
Councillor Mann.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you, Ruth, Jenn, and Amy, for being here this morning and talking about the collaboration that you want to continue with. So many agencies who provide the safety and the basic essentials and care for such a vulnerable sector of our community. This is such good work, and you give people hope by providing these services. They're so important to help people get started on the right track. And one of the things that you said, Amy, was you're seeing numbers. You're seeing people that you have never seen before. And I just wondered what those numbers are. How many people are you seeing recently as you provide these services to individuals?
About a handful. I'd say in the last week, we have seen about 3 or 4 new people alone that we honestly have never seen before. They're either people who are much further removed from sleeping rough than we anticipated, or there are new people who walked in and said last night that I just got kicked out, all my stuff is gone, I've never been here before, just brand new homeless, first day homeless. So it's a variety of things that we're seeing, and it's just showing how kind of hidden some of the need is as well. We do know that some people suffer from hidden homelessness. So those who couch surf, those who, mostly women sometimes end up couch surfing, hopping from place to place quite frequently, don't really have a permanent residence, but are still not in any sort of stable housing and therefore have a lot of risk factors. And then, like I said, we're seeing a lot of campers who sleep rough, stay fairly removed from society, but are still coming in for some basic needs to be met. So in the last week, like I said, seen about 4 new individuals, and that is not an uncommon number to see within a month or so.
Well,
Councillor Mann, if I may, we're seeing around anywhere between, I'd say, 115 to 130 unique individuals through this location. And that range could be anywhere from seeing 70 individuals a day through the site in wintertime to 50 or 30 normally during the better weather through the site during the 3 hours it's open in the afternoon, Monday through Friday.
Well, thank you for that. And those numbers are so troubling, but we're so thankful that we have agencies like yourselves who come together to address the needs in our community. And like my colleagues have said, I certainly have no difficulty supporting this motion. And thank you again for being here this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jowett.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Ruth, thank you so much for your tenacity in this. It doesn't seem like that long ago that we spent that afternoon sitting and discussing all these issues. I do appreciate it. It's nice to meet Jenn and Amy. It's nice to see that you have a strong team around you, and I'm very much going to support this motion. I'm looking forward to seeing the changes that you're going to make in our community, because I do believe you're one of our best champions. So thank you for staying the course.
Thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to Ruth and Jenn and Amy, thanks for this presentation and working at getting this support in Cambridge. And I'm so glad to hear that the collaboration with the regional staff has gone so well, and that this is working out for you. And I think it's just so significant that we're able to bring all of these services under one roof in a positive collaboration with community agencies to connect some of the most vulnerable and those experiencing complex needs in our community. And so thank you for all the work in making this happen. And I'm happy to support the resolution and wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like my colleagues, I too am going to vote in favor of this motion, and I do think it's extremely important. Ruth, Jenn, and Amy, thank you very much for putting on this presentation today. And I know how hard, as Councillor Jowett has said, I know how hard, Ruth, you've pushed to work to get to this point. And I think it's just great that the south side of the region, as Councillor Zrebiec mentioned, gets this as well as the north side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kiefer.
I see no other questions. Before I call the question, which sounds like it's going to be an easy one to answer, I just want to note that we've been hearing for years about Cambridge's need for more services for its most vulnerable residents. And that's not to take away from the excellent work that groups like the Bridges, the Cambridge Self-Help Food Bank, Sanguine, Lutherwood, other organizations are already doing, but there are still, the need is still much greater than we have the resources to meet. So this sounds like an excellent step forward, and I'm very excited about it and was delighted to see the report. We have a motion from Councillor Jowett, seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your yes or no buttons to vote on the recommendations contained in the agenda. And that is passed unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, our next delegation, and actually we have two on this matter. Item 413 on the addendum agenda, which, as I've noted earlier, is quite a bit different than the original agenda, if you're trying to follow along. This is on the matter of affordable housing framework, and our first delegation is Beisan Zubi.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I'm assuming okay. Thank you. Hi. I'd like to thank Council for seeing me today and for staff for being so helpful in scheduling me and pointing me to additional resources that I was looking for. My name is Beisan Zubi. I'm a social responsibility and equity consultant here in Waterloo region, but also full disclosure, I am the NDP candidate in Kitchener Centre. So I'm speaking today as a citizen, but also as a political advocate and recognizing my role as a political advocate in pushing for change and progress. I also ran for regional council in 2018, and affordable housing was, of course, a huge issue back then, as it is today. I was happy to see increased effort and increased budget devoted to affordable housing within the region. But I did get a weird sense of deja vu as I was preparing and going through these materials, because I had already seen many of these proposals and many of these ideas presented in 2018 when I first ran. It's not that the framework is wrong. Of course, it's not. Homelessness and those most vulnerable to being unhoused are an urgent priority, but it felt like a triage type of framework, as opposed to something that can actually bring us out of a crisis situation. Because I am definitely here to sound the alarm that as a region, we are in a housing crisis. It goes well beyond what we have kind of understood through the prism of affordable housing so far, because affecting every single layer of getting into a home in this region, from whether you are a tenant, a renter, whether you are looking for transitional or housing, whether you need or whether you're looking to buy your first home. And I have many friends with dual incomes who are not who we would like qualify as needing affordable housing, who are struggling to be able to even buy a home and invest in any way in creating a life here in this region. So what I'm talking about is the complexity of this issue and how it has so many tiers. And so, of course, with COVID, homelessness is urgent and it is a pressing issue. And transitional and supportive housing needs more kind of support and more money, especially as we see people coming in and out of homelessness, and we see domestic violence just becoming even more and more pernicious with these lockdowns and with people stuck in unsafe living situations. But aside from almost 3,000 people currently on the region's affordable housing waiting list, I live right now in a co-op I was lucky to find after being rent-evicted from my house of 5 years. But that co-op has a wait list that's years long, and I got in because I am subletting for the summer. And the depth of this issue goes well beyond a number of people who are waiting on an affordable housing wait list. What we need to talk about is a crisis plan, and we need to talk about creating a mandate to deliver for the regional staff to be able to deliver a framework that actually deals with the complexity of this crisis. There's a good chunk of unallocated money in this framework, $17 million so far. In addition to ramping up investments in all types of affordable units, which needs to happen and needs to be aggressive and ambitious and innovative, from new builds to also investing in more cooperatives, because this is just wonderful, and transitional and supportive housing, all that. There are other action items that are missing and that I really think could complement an affordable housing framework, including a tax on all vacant residential properties in Waterloo region, similar to the taxes that the City of Toronto and City of Vancouver are also working through, an inclusionary zoning plan that's ambitious enough to merit serious financial incentives. Since 2001, the region has only really created about 100 new affordable rental units using zoning. And that's clearly not enough with a wait list that's twice as long. So let's amp that up. And also a regional advocacy plan. So everyone understands how housing is a right. And when a development comes into your neighborhood, to see the broader picture and the broader need. Because right now we're dealing with affordable housing on a case basis, as opposed to really bringing everyone in the region along to understand how we need to support housing at every single level of our society, not just homeowners, not just condos, but really vulnerable renters, tenants, and all the options available to the entire market, as well as as what this framework does, which is investing in affordable housing for specifically people needing those supports. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thanks, Beisan. Any questions from council for the delegation? Oh, I see none. Thanks very much. We have another delegation on this matter. Alexandra Petrovic from the Social Development Center. And I don't, oh, there you are. Hi, Alex. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning. Thank you. 3 minutes for me. So my delegation is actually with a letter to provincial government and municipal partners as an ask and advocacy for more funding for integrated supports.
I apologize.
So,
go ahead, though. We'll deal with that issue as well.
Thank you. And really, a social development center operates so much into grassroots and community sphere. And I am echoing so many other voices, from successful pilot Better Tent City to 519 Collective with thousands of members. Yes, in my backyard movement, 50 by 30, that's intersecting climate and housing vulnerability. Vaccination outreach currently is done by so many grassroots groups. So all that to say that asking money from the provincial government is extremely important, but one of the asks that unsheltered population and lived experience groups had is also dedicate funding and integrated response that takes into consideration community-based responses. As Madam Chair, you said, well, need is greater than the resources regional government would have. So asking for provincial government for more resources is absolutely necessary, but this ask does not take into consideration that we will have more homeless people. The numbers are already growing for unsheltered homelessness, and with arrears and lack of income, we will be seeing more people in the hub and in other places. So bringing it back to, we will get we will get housing, more housing eventually, affordable housing, hopefully, but for a very long time, many people will stay living rough, and we cannot disregard their human rights and not do and support them there where they're at. So we have to decriminalize and homelessness, absolutely outdated vagrancy laws, obstruction of passage that we still have in the region. This advocacy has to go as well into the municipalities, and that conversation has to be more robust. So we have more drop-in centers, as we are talking at the beginning, and include people with lived experiences in creating solution, dedicated funding absolutely across the community. And for the provincial government, it is not only investment in integration of housing, creating more housing and health. It is actually far broader problem, and we cannot have current legislation that actually pushes more people into homelessness and not address it in this request. From social assistance, finally getting any guise of livability on it, to residential tenancies acts, to deregulation of vacancy rent controls, murky arrear repayment agreements, access to justice through landlord-tenant board. There are so many issues, including rights of people with disabilities. Unsheltered homeless are people with disabilities. Do not disregard all those issues. This has to be far more robust and serious proposal.
Thank you, Alexandra. I'm just looking for questions from councillors. And I'm seeing none. Thanks very much. Council, I bumped Alex up a little earlier than I should have. She was speaking to item 4.14, supportive housing funding, and we'll deal with that issue as well, that item as well. Back to the housing framework, item 2.2, we have William Turman. And we are not seeing him in the wait list in the waiting room at this point. Nope. All right then. We would we'll bring up the votes on those matters. First of all, we'll start with item 413, affordable housing framework. Sorry, this is just a matter for information. And item 414. Sorry? Oh, Councillor Verbanovich? We have a couple of questions. Go ahead, Councillor Verbanovich.
Do you have an opportunity for questions of staff?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Great, thank you. And first of all, thank you to all of the delegations for coming and speaking to both issues. Do you want me to ask questions on both, or do you want just affordable housing framework right now?
Let's do the affordable housing framework, please. And I'm sorry for confusing matters.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
A lot of papers.
There's lots of moving pieces. So on the affordable housing framework, great report and an important piece of work. And I think one of the things that we need to collectively remind ourselves is that this is, while it's critical work that we're doing, we're also trying to tackle it and do it in the midst of a pandemic, when we're also with the same staff or many of the same staff dealing with the supportive housing and homelessness work as well. And so there's a lot of staffing pressures in that area. I guess my first question is, as I look at the capital plan for 2021 and 2022 that's outlined there, the funding from the other orders of government, is that funding, this is purely capital funding, and then there's, in addition to that, there are supportive dollars that are involved in the units that would be considered supportive housing? Is that correct?
I'm wondering if Mr. Bartholomew Sanders would like to respond.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. No, the funding that we receive through the province and the federal government is for building, it's capital dollars specifically. So for bricks and mortar, the additional supports that are required for supportive housing would be funding that would typically come from the Ministry of Health or through Ontario Health, that agencies who are going to operate within the bricks and mortar would apply for and would bring in on top of the bricks and mortar funding that we provide.
Okay, so that would be, so we would partner with someone, they would go after that money, but none of that money is typically permanent funding. It's typically project based for a certain number of years. Is that correct?
No, typically the supportive dollars that come from the Ministry of Health are ongoing dollars.
Okay, well, that's certainly encouraging. On the issue of the capital plan that's before us, when we look at the federal and provincial money, am I safe to assume that none of that includes what might be approved when the current federal current federal budget is approved, and the phase 2 of the Rapid Housing Initiative money?
The current the federal budget that is yet to be approved has in it funding that we are anticipating will come to us, but that we don't yet know. We have no absolutes about whether the money is coming to us or not, and that would be new money, probably in the neighborhood of slightly more than $4 million.
Okay, so that would be over and above the 16.8 in 2021 or the 10 in 2022, depending on when it flows, correct?
I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Pettipier. He will have more of the details on the funding specifics.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Vervanovich, and through you, Madam Chair. When we're looking at the capital plan dollars that are attached to this report, all of the funding that is listed there in 2021 or 2022 has either been committed or notionally allocated. And for the federal funds, I point you to Reaching Home Phase 3, 4.2 million in 2021. That is federal funding that has been notionally allocated. We've been given notice of that, providing that the federal budget attains royal assent. Anything in addition to that, additional rapid housing money, additional funding through the National Housing Strategy. There's been some big announcements nationwide, but we haven't been given a notional allocation or a commitment to this point in time. So what you're seeing in the budget on page 3 of 4 of that report is either what's in hand or what we've been given a notional allocation of to this point in time.
Okay, thank you for that, and so it's good to know what we've got, and it's good to know that there may be opportunities to advocate for more, which leads me to, I guess, my last question. I know one of the things that we've been talking about is taking a coordinated advocacy approach that looks at the initiatives that many of the partners in the region are looking at. I mean, there's the region, there's the area municipalities, there's some of our not-for-profit sector partners. And so is that's contemplated as part of this under the, I guess, area municipality and public stakeholder engagement piece in terms of our advocacy going forward and trying to make sure that this region gets its fair share of affordable housing dollars?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's been discussed with the area municipalities as recently as yesterday. The regional council, of course, is being asked to support advocacy efforts to the province. And yesterday we raised it with the area municipalities to take a similar approach such that we are advocating with eight unified voices for the same with the same ask from one region, so that the province is clearly hearing that all of the governing bodies or the elected governing bodies within the region of Waterloo are asking for the same thing. We're that a number of the not-for-profit partners have also advocated for in a similar way, and we could certainly broaden that within the community.
Fantastic. I think that's really, really important, and will no doubt help make our case for additional dollars into this region. And I'm certainly prepared to take it back to our council in Kitchener to adopt a similar motion as part of these efforts. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to pick up a bit on Councillor Urbanovic's questions about the financing, Council, remember that we tentatively approved a 0.5 tax levy for 2022, which is not on here because obviously it has not been approved by Council. But if that happens, we would have another $3 million in the column for 2022 that we would be able to add to the bottom line. I think the attachment to this report on the affordable housing framework document is a significant piece in making the affordable housing file all the more effective in the region, and strikes a significant degree of collaboration taking place between departments. And I think of particular importance is the initiative in building the right team that's comprised of a cross-departmental staff that's going to be led jointly by economic development and the housing services. And to me, this is a very significant and innovative move to create a seamless team that develops some joint work plans through proper contacts in the departments, and a sound communication strategy for within the region and out into the community. We've set high expectations with 2,500 new units in 5 months, or in 5 years. But I'm confident that we have the ability and the goodwill with Council and in the community to make it happen.
Thanks, Councillor Erb. I see no other questions. I just want to note, along the lines of this discussion around collaboration and different levels of government being involved, one of the delegations, I believe it was Beisan, mentioned inclusionary zoning, and I know that that is, of course, something that's not in the region's purview. It's a area municipality matter, but I know that that's something that our local area municipalities are working towards with our staff. So I believe we're going to be hearing more about that in the fall, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong about that. But I know that it is something that the community's been watching and looking forward to as an important tool they'd like to see us add to our affordable housing toolkit. All right. The housing framework was for information only. However, the housing support funding, item 414, is a recommendation. And I have that. I do not have a mover or a seconder on my sheet for that. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder? I see Councillor Foxton moving and Councillor Erb seconding. And the recommendation is that we request the provincial government to dedicate specific and sustained health funding for housing supports to help people experiencing homelessness achieve housing stability and recover from homelessness, and to forward a copy of the report to the appropriate provincial officials, as well as to the AMO and OMSA and FCM and MPPs and MPs, so we've got all our bases covered. We have a mover and a seconder. I see a couple of hands up. Is that a vote or is it a question? Councillor Bogdanovich?
Yeah, question. On the homelessness one now. The question I have, I guess, for Mr. Petitpierre is, as we look at our numbers, and it references the most recent by name listing that we have being in the 300 range, and yet notionally, as we look at all of our shelters between the House of Friendship, which is temporarily in Guelph, the St. Mark site, the YW site, the Ruth site, the who am I missing? The Working Center site, and so on. Certainly over the winter months, the numbers were significantly higher than that, and continue to be. Plus those at Lot 42. And so I'm wondering when we might actually be able to get these two sets of numbers to be more aligned with each other, in terms of the by name listing and the fact that we know that there's actually more people, because I think that's an important part of the work that we need to do in terms of getting funding for the supports that are necessary.
I suspect that's a Mr. Petitpierre question.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, good question, Councillor Verbanovich. And this report itself references a couple of different numbers, from the chronic homeless population to those that are on our list, and looking at waiting for support services. We have a report coming forward in the month of June on that's updating on the housing stability system as a whole. And I think that'll be a really good opportunity to dig in. What is the number overall across the region that we're aware of? We can break that down into chronic homeless population, somebody that's been homeless 6 months or more over the last year, to somebody that's been homeless for less time than that, versus precariously housed and all of that. So on our update report next month, I think that would be an excellent opportunity to clarify and bring some more analysis to overall number that we are seeing in the region. One other piece of information that will be coming forward in the fall that we are legislated to do by the provincial government is a point in time count. So that'll be another piece of information that makes an attempt to get at what is a difficult number to monitor over time. So some additional efforts coming forward beginning in June, and then hopefully in the fall that will bring more clarity to this specific question.
Great. Well, I don't look forward to it, but I do look forward to it because it's, I think, really integral in terms of being able to figure out what the scope of the problem is, and quite frankly, what level of dollars we need to look at allocating towards the supports that are going to be necessary for these individuals as we start looking forward to budget 22 in a period when, some of these COVID-related dollars may no longer be flowing, and we're going to have to make some decisions as a community. Coupled with pressure of the other orders of government, around how we support this community, because I think, part of what we're seeing as well, and I presume the June and maybe the fall reports will show this, is that we are seeing, growth as a result of COVID and job loss and so on. And, I think that's going to speak to some of the challenges that we're going to have to face over the next while as well. So thank you for that.
Councillor Shantz?
Thank you. Just really a question on process. Are you looking for each of the municipalities to be a signatory to this advocacy letter, or are you hoping for us to each develop our own? I think you were asking, you wanted all 8 municipalities to advocate for the support.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Was that directed to me, Councillor Shantz?
I'm not sure. The recommendation is to advocate to the provincial government for more funding for homelessness. And there was a comment made that hoping that all 8 municipalities would sign on or would do that advocacy. I think it was made earlier. I'm just wondering if you're looking for us to all sign on to that one letter, or if you're wanting us to each advocate individually.
So initially, through you, Madam Chair, initially the request was for regional council to advocate independently. Through subsequent conversations, we've with staff of the area municipalities, what we've suggested or requested from the area municipalities is that they too advocate, do advocacy efforts of a similar nature. In my mind, it really doesn't matter whether it's a conjoint effort on one piece of correspondence or whether it's 8 different letters that come in, so long as it's advocacy toward the same end. So it would be totally up to council or the 8 councils to decide which way they choose to go. We're in your hands.
Okay, thanks. I guess our CAOs or the heads of council will get together and figure that out then. Thanks.
Councillor Erb?
Okay, I'm not sure. Do you want? Is there a conversation to continue about Councillor Shantz's question, or we leave that to the staff? Or anyway, my comment was going to be, with the this initiative sort of piggybacks on the motion that Councillor Clark introduced and we approved last week. And with the aggressive plan that we have to build 500 units a year, we can build all the units we want, but the 4 walls for each unit will become nothing more unless we have the proper supports to provide for the residents to remain safely housed and improve their well-being and support them in the place. So this request to the province is highly recommended.
Thanks, Councillor Erb. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Clark. I was just going to say to Councillor Shantz's point, I think we would really welcome the participation of all 7 area municipalities, but I would hope that would go back to the individual councils, and if we can sort of all be on board, I think that just adds strength to the argument. This recommendation is directed at regional council, but certainly welcome the participation of area municipalities should those councils agree to it.
Councillor Urbanovic?
Yeah, I would just echo what Chair Redmond said. I think there's strength in actually having the 8 councils pass something as opposed to just the 8 heads of council co-signing a letter. And the other piece that goes with that is I know that amongst their staff, there's already dialogue going on for our next sort of piece of collective advocacy at Queen's Park in terms of a Waterloo region sort of coordinated approach. And so no doubt housing and supportive housing in particular would be a big part of that.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just for clarification of the motion. Now, I know it mentioned AMO and different, did it say to distribute to the municipalities?
I don't believe it does.
Because if it does, it comes up on our agenda, and then we decide to either use your resolution and create it as our own, or we do the same type of thing with our own wording. So it really should say distribute to the municipalities.
I think that's a friendly amendment, and I see heads nodding. Right, thank you. I see no other questions, so I'll call the vote. Please use your yes or no buttons. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you, colleagues. We are now on to item 2.3, the proposed extension to face covering and code of use bylaws. And we have quite a fair number of delegations on this matter, but we're going to start with Mr. Brooks and Dr. Wong to provide an overview of the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have shared my screen, and I'm hoping that it's working. We have a very brief slide, and the hope of the PowerPoint presentation is to provide the framework and the kind of background for this issue this morning. So to start off with background regarding the region's face covering bylaw. This bylaw was enacted on July 6, 2020, and it was amended in September 2020. And this bylaw requires individuals to wear a face covering in certain enclosed public places, such as public areas of businesses, places of worship, and municipal buildings, as well as common areas of multi-residential buildings and taxi cabs. The important point here is that there was a policy decision at the time to focus in on the individuals and not on the businesses, i.e. making the businesses responsible for assuring compliance with the law. The exception is that the bylaw requires owners and operators of these prescribed places to post signage requiring face coverings. And the region's face covering bylaw expires on May 31st of this year. The second regional bylaw is the Code of Use bylaw. And this is a bylaw that the region has had in effect for several years. It regulates people's uses of regional properties. And the benefit of it is that people can both be charged, but we can also exercise our rights under the Trespass to Property Act to have those persons who continue to violate the bylaw removed. So this bylaw was also, the amendments were enacted in July of 2020 and further amended in September of 2020. And the bylaw targets certain regional facilities. And this includes GRT buses and bus shelters, LRT trains and platforms, and common areas of multi-residential buildings operated by housing services of the region. And this bylaw also expires at the end of May 2021. The third part of this puzzle is the Reopening Ontario Act. And this legislation, provincial legislation, was amended in October of 2020 to require face covering in certain prescribed places. So it requires individuals and business organizations that are open to wear a face covering and that the operators of the business or organization to also ensure that the individuals wear the face covering. So the provincial legislation targets both the individuals as well as the businesses. It also requires individuals in lines outside and within an outdoor recreational amenity, for example, playgrounds, parks, bike trails, etc., and that permitted outdoor public events to wear a face covering. So it does cover certain limited outdoor areas. And an important point is there is no expiration date for this provincial regulation requiring face coverings. So at this point in time, we have both the regional bylaws and the Reopening Ontario Act requiring face coverings within Waterloo region. And essentially what we have is an overlap. And the way that I look at this, it's very similar to what we had with the smoking bylaw, where the region of Waterloo passed the smoking bylaw regulating smoking in certain places. And then afterwards, the province came in and passed provincial legislation also regulating smoking through the Smoke-Free Ontario Act. What we find is that the Reopening Ontario Act exceeds the region's bylaws in certain ways. For example, the Reopening Ontario Act requires face coverings in the work areas of prescribed places, whereas there was a policy decision in the bylaw not to cover these. So if it was an employee only area, for example, the kitchen area in a restaurant, we didn't get into the face covering requirements, whereas the Reopening Ontario Act has. But having said that, the regional bylaws exceed the Reopening Ontario Act in certain ways. For example, the regional bylaws require signage to be posted to these businesses. Another benefit of the regional bylaws is that when it comes to our GRT and LRT, we're more specific in the way that we target them, whereas the ROA is more of a general requirement for face coverings. That, for example, they target vehicles, whereas we get right in and say, look, if it's an LRT vehicle, we want you to wear a face covering. So when the regional bylaws were enacted in July and then amended in September of 2020, in both those situations, regional staff set out criteria to give regional councils some guidance on when perhaps these bylaws could be repealed. And the three criteria that were created were an improvement in the state of local, provincial, and global situation concerning COVID-19, a change in evidence or advice from public health officials regarding the wearing of face coverings or masks, and the availability of an effective vaccine and or treatment for COVID-19. And in the report that's being presented this morning, staff have gone through that three-part test and have come to a conclusion at this point in time, the criteria has not been met. First, COVID-19 remains a significant risk locally and provincially. The wearing of face coverings remains an important evidence-informed public health strategy to reduce COVID-19 transmission. And lastly, although COVID-19 vaccines are available, broad community distribution and uptake will take time, and public health experts continue to recommend face coverings. So the final slide is the recommendation that's being presented this morning, specifically that the region extend the face covering bylaw and the amendments of the Code of Use bylaw relating to face coverings to December 31st, but with the ability of regional council to repeal the bylaws beforehand or to further extend them. And lastly, the ultimate message from staff is leaving the face covering bylaw and the code of use bylaw in effect ensures that the region can supplement the Reopening Ontario Act provisions. So that is the PowerPoint presentation, Madam Chair. And I can certainly, and Dr. Wong is on the line, we can certainly take questions, or we can wait until after the delegations.
I think it would be appropriate to take questions now. So Dr. Wong has nothing to add in terms of statements. All right. All right. First question, Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks very much, Chair Clark, and thanks for the presentation. It was very fulsome and I think helpful for both those in the audience and in the community, as well as us to fully understand why it's being recommended to continue with this. I guess my question to staff would be, is there a reason we wouldn't use the termination of the provincial legislation as the date to guide us, as opposed to a date that we're creating? And the reason I ask that is, if we were to decide to terminate our bylaw, and the provincial legislation is still in place, the only pieces that would change are the requirements of signage and what would happen in our housing. But the requirement from the province would still be in place. So if we use that as the guiding factor, which is obviously based on the public health advice that we're using on a regular basis from a public health perspective anyway, would it not make sense to use that as the date? So ultimately, if the province decides to terminate the mask requirement in September, then we go with September. If it's December, we go with December. But if for some reason things are such that it needs to continue into the next year, it would automatically continue until that point. So I'm wondering if Mr. Brooks can comment on that.
Through you, Madam Chair, I certainly would agree that that is a way. You know, you could create a bylaw provision that creates that kind of trigger to have it repealed. I would submit, though, that that's more of a public health decision about whether we should have the two aligned. The only thing that I would make as a non-public health expert is to say I guess there is that risk that the province may repeal the face coverings due to certain situations, and there still is a need for it in Waterloo region. That would be my only concern or comment.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, what I'm cognizant of is, you know, we went ahead well before the province. We were, in fact, one of the leaders in the province on this issue, and we could go back to that. I guess I'm just questioning the merit of continually revisiting it if quite frankly, the province doesn't remove their legislation. You know, there's no revisiting it other than the signage piece. So I just flag that as something maybe for us to consider as we deal with this today.
Yes, I through you, Madam Chair, I certainly take the point. I think it's a valid point.
Thank you.
Sorry, thanks. Can I just remind councillors that there will be a discussion at the time of the vote. So perhaps at this point, given that there are delegations waiting, we save our discussion for later and simply ask any clarifying questions that we need to at this point. Councillor Foxton.
Maybe you should ask all of us that have our hands up if this is discussion points. Because
is this a discussion point?
Yes, it is. It's like Barry Vavanovich. I was going to agree with this point. So I think most of us have our hands up for discussion points.
All right. I have Councillor Galloway. Is that the case?
No, I think this is a legal question for Mr. Brooks. So when we came out ahead of the province with our bylaw, then the province came along. Of course, we were advocating for the province to do a province-wide regulation. As it turned out, there were only 3 things, I guess, that our bylaw had that was different than the provincial regulation. That is the signage matter, the multi-residential matter, and of course then the code of use bylaw for own facilities. So is there a legal requirement for those 3 things to continue to be in effect, that we have to have all of the other things in the bylaw that duplicate what the province is saying? Or could our bylaw just deal with those 3 elements that are different and kind of supersede the provincial regulation?
Mr. Brooks?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we certainly could, with Council's direction, repeal everything that mirrors or overlaps with the provincial legislation and just leave in things that Council deems that should remain in effect.
So is there any advice in that regard? I mean, from an enforcement point of view, or from a practical point of view, from an education point of view, from a public awareness point of view, is there any reason to have all that duplication, or not?
Through you, Madam Chair, my comment is on a practical point of view. It really doesn't matter. I go back to the smoking bylaw. As we speak today, the smoking bylaw is still in effect, notwithstanding the Smoke Free Ontario Act, and we've allowed the bylaw to be dormant essentially for the past, I guess, going on 20 years. It can sit there. There's no harm in it to sit there. But having said that, it could very well, those provisions that Council believes are mirrored in the ROA could be removed as well and repealed.
Dr. Wong, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a policy option that Council may choose to take, although it may perhaps raise questions among the public who are perhaps not following all the details of the discussion, and may lead them to question why Regional Council is repealing most of its face covering bylaw at this time. It could lead to a sense that we're actually pulling back on our mask requirements at this time, if people are not really understanding the nuances, that we're just repealing parts that overlap with the ROA. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lorenz.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank Mr. Brooks for bringing up the smoking bylaw. It brings back fond memories for me. I was on a regional council and it was interesting to experience. I see Chair Redmond nodding her head as well. Listening to all the delegations and making what I thought was a good decision, but I certainly am prepared to listen to delegations today. The question I have is either for you, Mr. Brooks, or for Dr. Wong, and there was really no mention of what I think is the worst part of what we're going through is variants. My understanding is that they're more contagious and they're also more powerful. And I think that's, and I think you may hear people today talk about cloth masks aren't that effective. You need to wear maybe double masks or a better quality mask. So I wonder if you could address that question.
I might go ahead. Yes, so for sure, with the predominance of variants in circulation in Waterloo region, just like elsewhere in Ontario, which are more transmissible and can lead to more severe illness, it's actually a time in my recommendation that we should exercise the utmost vigilance in terms of continuing with our public health practices, including the wearing of masks. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Strickland.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning. Through you to Richard, just wondering, what's the status of other municipalities with respect to their mask bylaws? Are they extending them as well? Where are we at in comparison to other municipalities, just out of interest?
Through you, Madam Chair, I understand that public health staff have done a survey. And so I will attempt to answer, but I will defer to Dr. Wong if she has better information. But my understanding is that many municipalities have allowed their face covering provisions to cease. But again, I'll defer to Dr. Wong if she has more information.
Yes, I don't have on me the results of a comprehensive scan, but I do know that when the province brought in its legislation, there were a number of municipalities that then retracted theirs. There are, some health unit areas that have continued with their own requirements, either through municipal bylaws or medical officer of health section 22 orders. I think it likely depends on what their original bylaws or orders required versus what the province put in, and whether, in the opinion of that area, there would be for them to continue with some provisions of their own bylaws or orders that exceeded that of the ROA or not.
Okay, so are you saying that most municipalities in the province have just basically superseded this kind of legislative authority under the ability to make bylaws locally and municipally to the provincial act? Is that what's happening? Are most municipalities just giving up this room on bylaws and letting the province dictate the bylaw with respect to face covering, or the law with respect to face covering?
I'm sorry, I actually don't know what would be the accurate answer to that question in terms of what the percentage would be.
So that I just wonder, I support this direction, but I just wonder legally, and I heard Mr. Brooks say earlier that similar to smoking bylaw, and we also did a pesticide bylaw that many of us lived through, and then the province came in and enacted legislation, and then we just kind of stepped aside. I'm wondering why we wouldn't take the same approach. And it's a provincial matter, a province is legislating across the province. Why would we continue with something that seems in some cases to be somewhat of a duplication?
I think that's definitely a policy decision for council. I think it just, as Mr. Brooks said, there would be certain areas where the current provincial legislation doesn't cover that the regional bylaw covers. And so that would be a consideration for council if they wanted to continue with coverage in those areas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Strickland, that was a great question. In fact, I did a bit of digging myself ahead of today, and I draw staff and council's attention to, I guess, 3 different jurisdictions. In Ottawa, the council passed and enacted a mandatory bylaw back in July 2015. They have revisited multiple times, and they actually 4 times they've revisited it, and they've extended it as of recently as April, where they've extended by the bylaw until August 26, 21. I think Niagara Region is probably the best example, and I hope we have a discussion surrounding that. In March, Regional Council voted to extend the temporary face covering bylaw. Their bylaw aligns with the face covering orders issued by the province under the Reopening Ontario Act, and that law will automatically expire when the provincial requirements are no longer in effect. And then, of course, Kingston, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington, they've gone similar to the Guelph route with a Section 22 order by the public health officer. So obviously they have different jurisdictional issues there, but I mean, I would lean much towards the Niagara Region model and allow the province to dictate this provincial wide, and it fall off when they decide to do so. So I think looking at those
Point of order,
jurisdictions
Madam
is
Chair. We
helpful,
should list the delegations before we get into discussions or any motions or anything.
Anyways,
Well, Councillor
look
Lawrence,
at
you
it
had your
ahead
opportunity to ask a question.
That's not a question. That's giving your opinion, and I think that's a little different.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
maybe let the chair run the meeting.
Here, here.
Anyways, I'll end at that.
Councillor Vanovich, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Just one more question, and it would be for probably our either public health or communications staff. And it was touched on already, but I think it's something important. If we were to today simply repeal our bylaw and go with the provincial legislation, A, we would lose some components if that's what we did. But B, I think that would really create some challenges from a communication point of view. And like, you know, is there a mass bylaw or isn't there a mass bylaw? You know, what are the rules? Like that I'm just wondering from a comm staff perspective, how, you know, it would seem that it would be difficult to manage that piece. And hence, you know, well, I think we would need to tread lightly. I'm wondering if comm staff can comment.
Who would like to respond? I think I see Connie. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I think that the simpler we can make it for the community, the better, in terms of what the province is doing and what we're doing. However, I feel quite confident in our ability to communicate whatever the wish of council is, in terms of sharing with the community what the current requirements are and how long those go.
Okay, thank you.
I did just have one question of clarification around the Provincial Reopening Ontario Act's outdoor use requirements. I find the language confusing. I'm not sure whether the language is saying that masks must be worn when lining up for some outdoor activity, or whether they need to be used within that outdoor activity, using the example of playgrounds. Do you wear masks when you're lining up to go on a slide, but not when you're coming down the slide? This is a question that I've had asked quite a few times by constituents, many of whom would like to see masks mandated on things like public trails where 6-foot distancing is a challenge.
So, Madam Chair, I would agree with your reading of that provision, and I've read it a few times myself and scratched my head, as it seems to be limited to lining up to partake in that outdoor activity. You know, when using baseball as the example, you would think that the proper provision would be is that when people are on the bench, that they would be wearing the mask. When they're out in field, they would not be, but that's not the way that the provision reads.
If they're on deck, they need to wear a mask. And yeah, okay. So thank you. I was hoping for clarification and I didn't get any. So I will continue to tell constituents to speak to their MPPs about that particular language. I'd like to thank the patience of the delegations who have been waiting. I'm going to call on them now. I think we've got about 20. I may at some point ask to take a bio break, and we do need to discuss whether we're going to hear our COVID and vaccination task force report at noon as scheduled, or whether we will defer that till after the delegations. Our first delegation is Jennifer Akgol, and please correct me if I've said your name wrong, and I apologize.
No, you did say it right. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, after the little PowerPoint presentation and everything that we heard from council members, I do feel a little bit pointless in continuing, but I will anyways. So I'm here yet again. I spoke last year, obviously, to demand that you immediately vote against extending the proposed face covering bylaw. The proposal runs counter to accepted medical and scientific studies, including World Health Organization studies and the CDC study, which found no significant reduction in transmission with the use of face masks. The proposal puts regional residents at risk of severe injury based on the large number of medical studies showing mask wearing leads to hypoxia, which can lead to fatal cardiac and, if not, other life-threatening events. The regional health officer and provincial health officer has provided zero medical scientific data that mandatory mask wearing is safe, particularly during summertime high temperatures or in the context of young children, nor have they provided any studies showing what mask wearing is effective at containing viral transmission in order to combat the myriad of studies available which show mandatory mask wearing is not effective at viral containment. Switching my focus for a moment here to the underlying current events. We've been living through 14 months of perpetual color-coded lockdowns and stay-at-home orders, predicted on modeling, which predicted great loss of life, absent from the quarantine and masking of healthy people. All of the municipalities in Ontario immediately complied, as did the vast majority of more than 14 million Ontarians living here. Fortunately, the loss of life predicted did not come to pass. Indeed, not only did Ontario not experience a pandemic or even an epidemic to date, its mortality rate has barely approached the normal loss of life seen in our province during a typical flu season. In Waterloo region specifically, sadly, there have been 245 deaths with, not from COVID, since March 2020, a population of 571,000 people, which reflects 0.044% of people who died, to which we already know 90% were long-term care residents. In short, this is not a pandemic, and the Ford government should have already terminated the declaration of emergency at the earliest possible moment and is acting outside its limits by not having done so. Moreover, the constitutional right to travel and speak without infringement and without being muzzled by a mask is well-settled law. To infringe on charter rights, the Bill of Rights, the government entity must have a compelling governmental interest. It is asserted, and the proposed solution it puts forth must be narrowly tailored to achieving that end. As there is no pandemic in Ontario based on that math, the province has no ability to infringe our rights, nor does a municipality like Waterloo Region. Further, even if our local government can make the case that it had a compelling interest in controlling the spread of a non-existent pandemic, the proposed solution of mandatory mask wearing while outside of our homes must be shown to be narrowly tailored to achieving that end, which simply cannot be shown based on available scientific literature. Indeed, the only conclusion to be had from the available medical literature is that the health officer's mask wearing recommendation will not be entirely ineffective in preventing the viral spread. It will actually increase the spread of the disease based on available medical studies, and further will put the wearers of such masks at grave risk of suffering severe, if not fatal consequences. Lastly, and I think you already answered this, is it even within the City Council's power to reverse the decision to extend the face covering bylaw? If so, then do just that. If not, then why are we having a council meeting in the first place to talk about it? That's it.
Thanks, Jennifer. Just hold on for 1 second in case there's questions. And I see none. So thank you very much for coming in.
I'm not surprised because there was none last year either.
Victoria Kerr is our next delegation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. As you know, I also spoke last year. However, this year it's a little bit different. I am also speaking against the mask bylaw. When my daughter started back school in September, she was forced to wear a mask, even though she had permission for an exemption. Immediately, she had come home every day complaining of a dry throat, dehydration, sore stomachs, headaches, and appetite loss. And this has been proven in other case studies as well, with other children being forced to wear a mask all day. She said the mask made her feel sick and couldn't breathe. The last day of school in February, she came out and her teacher showed me her face, and it looked like this. As you can see, there is a severe rash around her eyes, across the bridge of her nose. The mask she was wearing was a light blue one, and within an hour it was covered and filled with germs, dust, and dirt, and it turned it black. That rash was caused from the mask that she was forced to wear for an hour. About 2 weeks ago, I had to go to my local Shoppers, As you know, I can't wear a mask or a shield due to my severe medical challenge. While there, another customer asked what my mask was. I politely told her I had an exemption. She then started insulting me, yelling at me, and verbally harassing me in front of my 5-year-old daughter, and forced me into a panic attack. The manager came over, helped me. A few others did too, as well as an ER nurse who also said that exemptions are legitimate, and yes, I should not have had to deal with that. And I'm now traumatized to go shopping. As Jennifer had stated before, cases in Ontario were almost nothing last summer. And I have a graph that shows that as soon as the mask mandate was issued in Ontario back in October, the cases went sky high. Florida, Texas, and other states dropped their mask mandates long before the vaccine was available, and their cases dropped dramatically. Sweden never closed. They never issued a mask mandate. And again, we saw the same trajectory with their cases, up and down, up and down. It didn't make a difference. You tell us that even though we don't have any symptoms, we should still wear a mask because it's possible that we're asymptomatic. However, a study in Wuhan, China, where the virus originated, of 10 million people showed that asymptomatic spread did not occur, not once. In fact, this study also showed that being an asymptomatic carrier is a statistical anomaly. You also base it off of the fact that the PCR tests are showing increased cases. However, the PCR tests are proven fraud, as there was another study in the New England Journal of Medicine, the actual New England Journal of Medicine, that there was a high incidence rate of false positive PCR tests among the asymptomatic individuals in close contacts with COVID-19. As for the mask ending, the criteria not being met in the little PowerPoint presentation there, number one, COVID is proved to not be a threat through the omission of faulty PCR tests and a true death rate of only 0.05% in all of Ontario. Number two, the World Health Organization has stated clearly before, and still to this day, that healthy individuals should not wear masks as they provide no purpose. And this is who we're supposedly all following. And number three, we have a vaccine, and they're still saying that even if every single person in this population gets vaccinated, we will still need to wear masks for years to come. So where is the line that says that we can end wearing masks? According to this, it doesn't exist. And according to your own bylaw, it states that even a place like Costco must uphold all the sections of the bylaw, including mask exemptions. And businesses to serve the public under the region of Waterloo or the province of Ontario, they must follow all bylaws, laws, and procedures, including the exemption part of the mask bylaw. So I know you were all about, extending and going to the whole Ontario provincial thing instead of having your own bylaw, and that's fine. But if you do, or if you do decide to extend it separately, please make sure you actually educate the businesses and get them to follow all the rules, just like everyone else. You're willing to prosecute those of us who can't wear a mask for entering a business, but you're not willing to prosecute the businesses for not following the rules and actually accepting those of us who have a disability. And as for piggybacking on Jennifer's mention of the 90% of deaths that occurred in the LTR homes, the military report came back and it found that the deaths were not COVID-based, but actually from neglect. So, Dr. Wang, you are responsible for the safety of the citizens of Waterloo region. That includes the disabled and all of us that are suffering from severe mental health aspects as well. And my daughter now has to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist because of the issues that she has faced. She's 5 years old. She shouldn't have to see that. But please, actually take what we say into consideration, because this is a major matter. Even if you do take the bylaw and you keep it going, please at least let us shop without fear and let my kid go to school without having that issue, because she has been psychologically damaged and now she suffers nightmares every night because of it.
Thanks, Victoria. I see no questions. Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Silke Force. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. quite frankly, I'm here because I saw Jennifer's call out for encouraging people who were against masking to come to this discussion today. But I have come not because I am against masking, but because I am very much in favor of masking, and I want to ensure that the majority voice is heard as clearly as the minority voice. I'm a frontline hospital worker, a fully certified advanced member of the Canadian Association of Spiritual Caregivers, on call at 3 local hospitals. I've seen the devastation that the loss of a family member COVID can cause within the family circle and their community. That loss is amplified because physical contact with the patient in their last hours cannot be permitted for fear of contagion. This is doubly traumatic, not only for the patient, but also for the family, because a full sense of closure cannot be achieved if the family cannot be with them. I've also witnessed the traumatic reaction among our medical staff members. As the percentage of lives lost climbs, staff members' spirits decline, and so does their endurance level. I am very much in favor of wearing masks. I believe that we need to wear them to protect each other and to protect those around us. I'm sure you've seen more than enough reports from medical and scientific experts proving that masks do help to contain the spread of the virus. They work because we cannot help speaking moistly. Masks that are properly worn and properly washed or properly disposed of contain the moisture that acts as a vector for the virus to travel. I would like to stress that my request is not based on my own personal need for protection. I've been fully vaccinated. I am not worried for myself. I wear a mask because I care about my community. I believe that masks should not only be recommended, but mandatory indoors alongside a mandated 6-foot or 2-meter personal space. In truth, I believe we haven't gone far enough. There are still too many indoor areas that fail to enforce the recommended masking. I believe that we need to do more than recommend. We need to mandate and we need to enforce that mandate. It is the indoor spaces that are the most dangerous in terms of spreading the virus. I believe that masking should be strictly enforced on the GRT because they too are indoor spaces. They are equipped with cameras, and those cameras should be made accessible to the police to find those who defy the rules. I have personally witnessed riders enter the vehicles wearing masks and then immediately taking them off upon taking their seats. These are the people who are contributing to our contagion rate. Whether they themselves are hospitalized or not, they continue to spread the virus and cause other people to seek hospitalization. I believe that our contagion rate is still too high. They say that because our hospitals are, I say that because our hospitals are still low in space. For example, St. Mary's has an overflow floor. In the years that I have worked at St. Mary's, that overflow floor was very rarely used. But since COVID, it has always full. Masking should be mandated, indoor requirement, until we have at least 75% herd immunity. COVID may be survivable, but we do not yet fully know what all the long-term effects are. Already, I've become aware of long-term effects among members of my extended community through their personal narratives. And I'm not talking about septuagenarians like myself, but people who are still in their 30s and 40s. They're suffering long-term effects One just recently discovered that she has permanent heart damage. She had COVID early last year. We need to enforce a stricter mask mandate and fine people who claim to be exempt but cannot prove their exemption. Let them prove
That
their
is illegal.
exemption.
Go ahead. I'm not sure what that interruption was. Oh, sorry. Oh, I think it's...
There was a member of the public that got in.
It might have been. I think Silke's been turned off because she's past her 5 minutes. Would you like a couple of seconds to wrap up?
I'm sorry, I am almost done. I just want to say that I suffer from PTSD, and at the beginning of COVID, when masks were not yet mandatory, but recommended, I simply saw a counselor and learned to overcome that part of my PTSD so that I can wear masks. It can be overcome, and it helps to make this survivable for everyone else. And I thank you for the extra seconds. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. I do see a raised hand from Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks, Ms. Force, for coming in today. As someone who actually works in our 3 hospitals, as you indicated, I'm just wondering if you can comment on this notion that that some use as an argument that COVID is no different than a bad case of the flu. As someone who's worked in healthcare for some time, has that been your experience, or in fact, do you see it as being very different?
It is different in that I'm seeing. So I'm not a medical person. I am a spiritual care person. But what I am seeing is far more equipment being needed for COVID patients because there are multiple organ failures involved. The need for intubation, I've not seen that before in an ordinary flu. That would have been a rare exception as far as I understand, but Dr. Wong could speak better to that.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you for having me.
I see no other questions, so we'll go on to our next delegation, who is Taylor Junkin.
Good morning. Am I coming through okay?
Yep, you sound great.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for having me again. I'm also a third person who's been here through the last few meetings. So after the history of how these meetings and decisions tend to go, I feel my influence might be best addressing the issues of exemptions, which have been talked about already this morning. At the last meeting, I heavily focused on this as well, and there was acknowledgement and indication that this would be addressed. While I have seen a handful of messages reminding the public of the very important fact to be kind, it's come nowhere close to minimizing the impact that this bylaw has had on many populations. Now, I do recognize that the Ontario legislation is also responsible for this, and it's not falling just on the bylaw. However, the difference is greatly, I think, the level of exemptions and the express exemptions in the legislation, the Reopening of Ontario Act, is a lot greater than in this bylaw. So as the provincial act is not shared as widely, and as a proactive region, I'm hoping we can be transparent and help all of our citizens by ensuring that all aspects of the bylaw and the law are posted, taught, and spoke about, and that this is how we can supplement the ROA as expressing the intent of this bylaw. So again, stores, staff, and customers are uneducated. I think there is some piece of them that has a fear that if they don't enforce the bylaw and enforce, we're getting people more asking for proof of these exemptions. And that, which I would think that over the year, with more time of education, that would decrease, but I have seen the opposite. So I'm finding more in recent months now. It's been more asked, you know, where's your proof? Where's your papers? And this is something that's explicit in many forms of the law, but especially the Reopening Ontario Act, and it also indicates that. So I suppose what I'm asking is, you know, these exemptions need to be clearly indicated and shared to protect the money who fall under the category. So we know that there's neurological, psychological, respiratory, cultural, religious, and many other reasons, again, all expressively listed in reasons A on the Reopening Ontario Act. So I would request that those also be made part of our bylaw if it is to be extended. And in hopes that that would reduce confusion and conflict and further issue. Just previously to me speaking, I heard that these conditions can be overcome. And while it is great and it is, you know, situational, I think that puts a really heavy pressure on people with exemptions that they should just, you know, that they are lesser because they cannot overcome theirs, me being one of them. So while I can appreciate, Silke, that, and I have to say this directly, but in response to that comment, I think that is very far reaching and to express and that everyone with an exemption needs to kind of get over it. So that was hurtful. So the common wording of protecting others and keeping each other safe is really driving the public's perception that those not wearing a facial covering are doing so because they're selfish, stupid, ignorant, whatever it may be. And in terms of such turmoil, the divide we're seeing with this last method of defense is quite concerning. So to have so many people concerned about seeing a bare face really reiterates that there's no high public understanding of their purpose. So from when the bylaw is placed, more scientific evidence continues to show that airborne transmission is a major component of our cases. So facial coverings do address the respiratory spread. However, and like it was mentioned before, the cloth, depending on the type of mask you're wearing, airborne transmission is not something that's being necessarily reduced simply from certain types of masks. Public health agencies also stress they must be put on, removed, and stored properly to have that positive impact that they have to do. And we know this isn't happening. So I invite everyone to sit outside of a grocery store for half an hour and see people pulling their mask from their back pocket, from their coat pocket, their purse, or their rear view mirror. You know, and we heard that these things are containing the virus. You know, should it be there? And so then we have it on our hands and then we're watching things in the store. So at what point are we assessing? Are we creating more spread that way than we are preventing? The last thing I want to reiterate is that there is that importance that no business organization or person is entitled to such proof of exemption. And the Reopening Act mentions that as well as the bylaw. So the takeaway that I hope you take from my presentation is that exemptions, there are many people struggling through this. Whether anybody here has to experience that, I would hope not, is real. And it is, I think, a lot more of a majority, maybe a higher minority at least than maybe you appreciate. And so I would hope that that would be addressed should this be extended further. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. I don't see any questions, so thanks for coming. Our next delegation is Barbara Bout.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, okay.
Now I can see and hear you. Go ahead, Barbara.
Hello. Good morning. Last April, I became very interested in the possibility of masks helping to slow the spread of the coronavirus. And I was one of the first in a local grocery store to wear a homemade one, despite weird from other shoppers. I was very open to the effectiveness of masks and was inspired by my friend who, originally from the Czech Republic, proudly told me that the citizens of Czech banded together without government edict and garnered virtually 100% public cooperation to wear masks in the hopes of stopping the spread. And it seemed to have worked, as they had a low number of cases last spring and enjoyed a fairly normal summer. But viruses will virus despite most human interventions, and the Czech Republic currently ranks third in the world at almost 3,000 deaths per million. Did they stop masking? Of course not. But the virus seemed to evade the masks. Who knows, maybe all that masking made it worse. Unmasked Sweden, incidentally, isn't even in the top 30 countries in deaths per million. Well, my thinking evolved from, of course, masks work, to the evidence shows they don't. Up until the mask mandate last July, many stores I was in had a mixture of staff and customers masked and unmasked. It was quite democratic and respectful, and I recommend returning to masking being a choice. There were no mass casualties among retail workers who were exposed many hours a day to many customers as cases plummeted in May and June as they opened up without mandating masks. Seasonality, of course, was a key driver of declining cases. There are examples like this all over the world. Remove mask mandates, cases could go down. Adopt mandates, cases could go up. It really depends on where you are on the Hope-Simpson curve of the respiratory virus season at your latitude. Case curves comparisons between mask and non-mask mandated jurisdictions within a geographic area are always similar. I can provide you with links to this information if requested. Time and time again, public health experts, politicians, and the media will chastise jurisdictions that remove mask mandates and predict huge spikes in cases during large gatherings or sports events where many are unmasked. These doom predictions never materialize, and of course, these officials are not held accountable for their fear-mongering. Indeed, on April 14th, a physician in the US criticized places that were starting to remove restrictions, stating that full in-person dining plus decreased masking is a recipe for a surge. After which cases continued their seasonal freefall, decreasing overall in the US by 43%. Masks do not work, and there is evidence that they can cause harm. This is exactly why pre-COVID expert advice was against masks. In fact, Ontario nurses twice in 2015 and again in 2018 won a legal judgment against vaccination or mask policy, citing scant evidence that forcing nurses to use masks reduced the transmission of influenza to patients. My times have changed in just a few short years, and we are mocked as anti-maskers, fighting to be heard regarding the asinine policy of masking in public to guard against a virus which is spread primarily via aerosol, not fomites or droplets as first thought, when someone is in close, prolonged contact with an infected person in a poorly ventilated indoor setting. This is what is asked by public health when they contact trace. The fact that a contact was masked or unmasked is irrelevant to contact tracing because, again, masks don't stop a virus. The byproducts of breathing have to go somewhere, and our mouths and noses are a key critical part of our immune system. Masks interfere with this process. Breathing in contaminants which quickly accumulate on our masks deep into our lungs might not be the best for us. Has this been researched in case this matter is brought before the courts? Please at least be honest with the public that the mandate is there to make people feel safer, not because they work. Waterloo Region has always been a pillar of innovation and common sense in Ontario. As we are on the downward slope of the spring surge, which incidentally peaked in mid-April as usual, let's take this opportunity to remove our masks and try real scientific inquiry for a change. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Barbara. And I see no questions, so thank you for coming in. Our next speaker is Helen Shewry, which I've probably mispronounced. Shewry.
Helen Shewry, very good, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Council members. My name is Helen Shewry. I'd like to share some background on me to qualify my opinions. I had a double lung transplant 10 years ago and was on oxygen 3 years before the transplant. I'm immunosuppressed. I've always been careful to stay away from those with the flu, and I practice good hygiene. Getting a deep breath of fresh oxygen is important for one's health, but masks do prevent that. Prior to my transplant, the transplant team insisted, even though I was embarrassed, to walk around with my oxygen tank so my other organs would not be affected. I'm opposed to forcing people to wear masks. As a highly detail-oriented person, I own my own business, I manage rental properties, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I love facts. There is no good factual evidence that masks prevent COVID, or the information is conflicting. There is evidence that masks hurt and cause trauma, especially for those with medical condition conditions in children. Preventing children to see the smiles in the faces of people is scary to them, and telling them that people are dangerous and without a mask you can kill another human is wrong. Discussing these issues with my specialist, I said if government officials would only be more honest, the public would believe them. But instead, the politicians call people names, belittle those that don't agree with them or question them. The police are encouraged to arrest and in cases imprison those that do not follow bylaws because of their convictions, and now are even threatening to move children from their families. This is becoming like a science fiction thriller. My father, a conscientious objector, was jailed 10 years for not following the law. Was the law right then? Today, politicians are just giving non-answers or don't bother answering. If you ask a child a question and they give you a non-answer or evade the question, you would think they're lying. Here are some of the messages to me that don't make sense. You state, because of COVID, our ICUs are full. They've always been full, and we've always had hallway medicine. I've been to the hospital and ICU several times. We are told we have had a great number of people that died of COVID. Okay, but the number of people that died of COVID during the COVID year is not much different than those that died in years prior. I have an article from the Record. It was dated August 6, 2003, and it stated, Queen's University researchers found that up to 12,000 people die every year due to contracting infections while in the hospital. And during the time of this article, it was the 4th leading cause of death. I have questions for you. Of the people that died of COVID, what was the ages of each? How many had comorbidities? Of those with comorbidities, what is the probability these individuals would have died had they contracted pneumonia or influenza? 3 years ago, I contracted a viral infection and flu and almost died. Organs started to fail. And thank God I didn't. In the last year, I have been around people that have and had COVID. I was fine. I didn't get sick, and I'm immunosuppressed. And those testing positive for COVID, how many are false positives? We know there's a lot. And these restrictions, I feel, are burdening the less fortunate. Suicides have increased. We are not in this together or treated equally. Politicians can say sorry for not following the rules they impose, but the public does not have that luxury, get fined, sometimes physically abused, and treated like criminals. Many lower income people do not qualify for credit cards, yet stores only provide curbside pickup if you have a credit card. And things like kids' clothing is essential, especially for young ones. There's a quote in the Bible I'd like to end with, which is timely for today. It is found in Luke when Jesus was talking to the rulers of that time. Luke 11:45, and he said, "Woe to you lawyers also, for you load people with burdens hard to bear, and you yourself do not touch the burdens with one of your fingers." I thank you for your time and petition you to please end this mask bylaw.
Thanks, Helen, and I see no questions, so thank you for coming in or joining us. The next delegation we have today is Adam Zrebiec.
Hello.
Hi, Adam.
Hi there. Thank you. And I'd just like to start off by saying I'm a new small business owner in the Waterloo region. I've been born and raised here in Kitchener. I'm now a 27-year-old male, and I have seen since the beginning of this this event a clearly mass. Well, as soon as someone thought it was important enough to remind me to wash my hands and mind and respect others' personal space, I was quite wary of what was occurring. This pattern runs clearly fresh in my ancestry. My own parents fleeing communist-era Poland in the 20th century to Canada, only to see a fellow Polish man being like being arrested like a dog and arrested on a broad and open, busy highway just a few days ago. This was clearly a well-funded public humiliation and intimidation style event that is beyond reprehensible. Knowing the limit, Arthur Pawlowski I'm referring to, of course, if any of you had seen in the last few days. Knowing the limit of language, if my words carry any weight today, then those images should be 1,000 times stronger. I believe, like many of my peers, I would say close to 80 to 90% of us feeling very much on the same page that the entire approach to this pandemic is inherently backwards approach towards health and sustainable health. I believe masking is clearly the antithesis to health, as this is our single most important life port on the human body. It is the first thing you cannot go with more than multiple seconds. Of course, water being the next, and food right after that. Therefore, any man or woman acting in a position representing a service corporation does not represent my necessities, moralities, and principles of human engagement, nor my understanding of good health, proper lifestyle, and energetic exchange. For example, a McDonald's drive-through is an unhealthy energetic exchange, from the profiteering to the inhumane relationship between animals and poultry, to the nutrient exchange and inharmonious bodily toll. I would just like to end on a quick quote by a British economist named Joan Robinson, and it begins with, "Ideology is like breath, you never smell your own." Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adam. I see no questions of you. Thanks for joining us and sharing your thoughts. The next delegation is Christina. Oh my goodness. Legiehn? Sure, I got that one wrong.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. How did I do with your name?
Legiehn.
Legiehn. Okay.
Yeah, and my sister's speaking as well, so remember the name.
Go ahead,
I'm
Christina.
just trying. My computer just turned off. 1 second.
No problem.
No. Okay. I would just like to start off by saying I am a full-time single mom. I'm 24 years old, and I would like to express how having a medical exemption during these masking times has affected myself, my son, and the relationship with my friends and family. And I apologize if I'm going to get emotional, because the root and the core of myself is very upset about all of this. For starters, I'd like to point out how it is very evident to myself and the majority of the mass population that these science medical experts that have presented to which our leaders are following are simply inconsistent, contradicting to some parts of Canada, let alone worldwide, if we want to get into Miami and Texas, and ultimately has caused more harm than good. Wearing masks has not only created division in my family, but hate and fear to live as free Canadians who have worked so hard to create careers and lives here. My son is only 4 years old. He has a half sister whom he hasn't seen in months due to these lockdowns. It saddens me and is rather alarming to hear my son send voice notes to his sister and cousins asking when they are going to leave their rooms or house, because they are always in there, and has expressed how bored and sad she is that she can't see her brother or any of their cousins. There's a total of 9 grandchildren, and we used to make a point to get together weekly, and all of that has now completely changed. A year ago, we would have had FNCS called on us if a neighbor or a friend heard that we were isolating our children in the basement or bedroom, because we know that this is abusive. So my question is, how is it that if we do this now, it is all of a sudden okay for a virus that has a 99% survival rate? We have completely thrown away everything that we know for the sake of a virus that has a lower death count than the worldwide famine that we still face to this day. Food for thought. Why don't we speak about that anymore? I fear that my child is lacking growing connection due to the distance of family time, no more extracurriculars, and he should be starting school in September, but if these mask mandates stick, I'm not even considering it. How do I explain to my child that he can't go to school and build memories as I did as a child due to these new regulations? I made a point to move back to KW in the first place since we lost my son's father due to overdose in January 2019. Rest in peace, David. Which brings me to my next topic. Overdose rates, suicide by drugs, and told these masks and mandates has created on people with depression, such as myself, is again greater than the deaths by COVID. Masks and lockdown mandates have legitimately ruined numerous lives. Small businesses are failing 10% each lockdown. And even for myself, it has been very hard to open a business, let alone run it, with the prices of everything from food to lumber inflating, and not being able to buy what I want is another issue that has clearly done nothing but anger the majority of people. I mentioned hate and division that it has caused, and I would like to quote a few things that have been said to myself whilst doing groceries with my son, maskless. In particular, one man actually waited for me to come out of the grocery store to accost me with the following. He said, and I quote, "Do you even believe there is a virus? Where is your mask? Do you care about your son?" To which I replied, "Yes, I have a medical exemption. Please leave me alone." To which was rebutted, "How selfish could you be? I bet you don't care about your parents. And I'll tell you one thing, I will not be visiting you in the hospital when you are dying because you are so ignorant." I replied with, "Please leave me alone. I'm just doing my groceries. Have a nice day." So with all due respect, I don't know how much further my kindness and respect towards others will go since they clearly don't have respect for me. But I do know that I've been in a couple abusive relationships, and that whole interaction gave me PTSD and had me frozen in my tracks. I cried afterwards in my car alone with my son and had explained to my 4-year-old what had happened and why mommy was upset. My question is, how much longer am I going to have to do this for? How many more people are going to harass me? I fear for this on a daily, just as I'm doing groceries, and I shouldn't have to. It is clear to me that regardless of the bylaws in place for respect to people such as myself, it does not matter because our leaders have created so much fear and hate for the other side of people who cannot wear masks. We have been plagued as walking, talking grim reapers, and I'm genuinely sick and tired of it. It has been over a year. I will not mask myself or my child, as I understand and know down to my core it is abusive to our children, and I will not allow for this to be normal in our household. I beg you all, with every inch in my body, to lift these mandates and let us breathe again. Let us stop the fear and the hate towards one another. At the end of the day, we're all connected by the root, and you say we are in this together, but at the end of the day, it is evident we are not. Do better. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Christina. I gave you a few extra seconds because you did have some computer trouble at first. I don't see any questions, so thanks again for joining us.
There should.
The next delegation is Kevin Cobb. We don't seem to have him in the waiting room, so we'll move on. And if he does join us, we can come back. Maggie Segounis.
Hello.
Hi, Maggie. We can see you and hear you, so go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you to all the counselors for letting us speak today. Some of you I know personally, so hi. And I do encourage questions at the end. I know some of you have not been asking them, so I'm here to answer any questions you may have. The mask mandate has caused myself, my peers talking today, and many people in the Waterloo region a great deal of distress. Over the last year, we have complied, we have followed the rules, and these COVID cases are still going up. The definition of insanity is the act of doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. We can't expect to continue these mandates and come to a different result. There is no proof that backs up the statement that masks help prevent the transmission of COVID, but there is proof that backs natural immunity. According to a Stanford University study, the coronavirus spores are 30 times smaller than the holes in the masks. Most masks have gaps in them through which bacteria can drive a bus. This is proof that masks have not been effective. The virus size is 1/10,000th of a millimeter. And if you magnify the mask, the holes are huge. When you're inhaling air, you're inhaling bacteria. When the masks get damp or moist, It creates, God bless you, it creates a breeding ground for bacteria and allows it to multiply exponentially. That bacteria gets trapped in the moist mask and ultimately makes more people sick. People stuffing their masks in their pocket, as mentioned before, on their rearview mirrors. They do not take care of their masks and they are not worn in sterile environments, which they are meant to be worn. People keep touching their masks, thus making them ineffective. They touch their hands to their faces more often, transferring bacteria onto their masks, which can cause bacterial pneumonia, immune suppression, acne vulgaris, aka maskne, dizziness, fatigue, and the increase of intense migraines, which I personally suffer from. Touching on the new variants that were spoken about before, they are 0.003% different than the original strain of COVID. So regarding the masks, masking and triple masking, how many masks should we wear to survive a virus that already has a 99.97% survival rate? Is a plastic bag next? Using the word variant is instilling fear on the public when I personally have been in contact with someone who had a new variant and I did not get sick. According to a study from the Canadian Mental Health Association during this pandemic, 74% of Ontarians are experiencing an increase of mental health related issues. Also, just yesterday, we heard that Jagmeet Singh is referring to those who go maskless as racist, white supremacists, white ring extremists, and selfish. This is a ridiculous statement, and apart from the physical and mental strain the mask mandate is bringing onto society, it's emotionally damaging, and it is causing an even greater divide and false perspective of our neighbors. The mental strain this is putting on people, making them more violent and giving them the audacity to scream, yell, and approach strangers in a threatening way. I work in retail, personal services, and hospitality, and I personally cannot work to my best ability when I am employed because I'm constantly excusing myself to go outside to get some fresh air. Our children are growing up to know a world without smiles and without individuality. We are instilling a new fear in our children, which are making them more prone to anxiety, phobias, and insecurities. The byproducts of the mask mandates will be lingering around long after the restrictions are a faded memory. We are Canadian citizens, and as adults, we should be able to make our own decisions. If you want to wear a mask, go ahead and wear a mask. That's the Canadian way. We have choices. And if you're worried to go into a store without mask mandates, there's curbside pickup. There are plenty of options for those who are scared. Our elected officials are there to represent us and not to lead us. All I'm asking is for compassion, understanding, and of course, having the rights and freedom to make decisions for ourselves. Allow us to choose for ourselves. Also, Silke Force, you cannot legally ask individuals to provide personal medical information to try and support your narrative. Thank you so much for letting me speak today, and I am open to any questions you all may have.
No questions.
Thank you, Maggie.
Hey,
I see no questions.
Of course. Thank you.
I'll call again for Kevin Cobb if he's in the waiting room. Nope. All right. And so we'll go on to Trevor Strauss, and I see that he is all set and ready to go.
I am here.
Hi.
Can you see my screen, or did it stop sharing?
We saw it briefly, but it's no longer there.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yes, now we've got it.
You can see it now?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay, great. So just to start off, I'm hoping to bring some light to some issues that maybe are a little farther than the masking. At the start here, my wife just came down and said that now Waterloo Minor Hockey is promoting the vaccine to kids 12 years of age and over. I think this is just incredibly irresponsible to be among the first country in the world to promote an experimental injection to kids. And it's just unfathomable that the city sports teams would be promoting this. That should be something that happens between a doctor and their patient. So I'll get into the masking now, because I think a lot of people have touched on a great deal of things, and I hope they're actually thought about. So I'm a small business owner as well, early stage company. We're actually in the beginning stages of looking for an office in Texas. due to some of the issues up here in Ontario from a governmental and political perspective. So some of the assumptions I'll go on today, and I know I only get 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but there's many doctors who have written things. So life years lost, I hope we're taking that into account. I am, as I think about this, 1,000+% increase. The actual fact that there's been no isolation of any influenza virus, and let's just say there is a COVID virus that we're detecting at a cycle threshold that nobody believes is accurate, and that's why we're getting the 90% false positives. Let's see where we are in Waterloo region. I mean, it's interesting to note that masking has been going on throughout this entire curve. So masking in action doesn't seem to be doing anything. I think if we take a look and remind ourselves about at risk, it's important that we take a look at numbers, because when we think about who's at risk and meeting those 3 items or some of those items to get rid of the mask mandate, we got to keep in perspective. In Waterloo region, according to the dashboard, basically all the population that's at risk has had their experimental injection. So either we believe in the experimental injection or we don't. Other things we can learn from our other jurisdictions. Texas is opened, and we're still locked down in Ontario. Nothing has happened in Texas. We have months of real data. We can look at Sweden too, but everybody wants to poo-poo the Sweden example. We can look at Mississippi. Lots of examples to look at, and I'm not sure why our political council and MPs and MPPs aren't learning from this. So if we take a look at mask usage in the actual 50 states across the US and compare them, you can see that it's a smattering. The cases per million and the deaths per million, it really doesn't make a difference because we're not really in control of this. So, this presentation is in there. So, again, you can see all 50 states, the different restriction ranking has a smattering across the board. There's really no correlation to the restriction. And average restrictions to total deaths, same thing we're seeing. Here's a line. The least stringent is the blue line. Most stringent is the red line. As you can see, it follows the seasonal variability that you would expect from, Hope Simpson's curves. Somebody earlier was talking about these. It's important that we're looking at these things. Interestingly enough, recently reported, is a Stanford study published at the NIH saying that masks don't work. So why aren't we using these data points and we're only playing one narrative out? I think it's important to think about people who are behind the mask all the time and how that would not have been allowed prior to COVID because of the poor air quality. There's a lot of things at play here. I think it's, interesting. People are talking about variants, and, you can look up the Lancet study, but it says that variants aren't as transmissible. So let's make sure we're actually using science when we're making these decisions. There's a lot of things that have been said qualitatively in one of the presentations for masks. Let's get out of the qualitative standing and into the evidence-based standing and use the stuff that's there. Please stop the bylaw. Take it away now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Trevor. And I see no questions. Monica Sousa.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and see you.
Okay, I'm also here to speak on behalf of the mask, ending the mask bylaw. Sorry. I'm here today to speak on behalf of those who disagree with the mask mandate. I am the voice for my children, and I will try everything in my power to not make this their new normal. Having a mask mandate is completely useless due to the fact that there is no scientific proof that a mask actually works. A mask does not prevent anyone from coming into contact with viruses and bacteria, and that is scientific proof. When you purchase a box of medical masks, on the box, it clearly states that it does not prevent you from contracting a virus or bacteria. So therefore, why mandate it? Why mandate something that does not prevent anyone from getting sick? Is this not the purpose of the mandate, to prevent individuals from getting sick? I have seen now more than ever that these mask mandates have now started a divide and almost a hatred to those that cannot wear a mask. I myself am medically exempt, and when I walk into a grocery store, I fear for my safety. I fear that someone will try to hurt me because I am not able to wear a mask. The media has put a target on our backs of individuals who cannot wear a mask. Not everyone can wear a mask, whether it be for medical or psychological reason, but by mandating it, you are not giving individuals the choice to not wear it. You are also giving others ammunition to bully someone for not wearing a mask. If someone wants to wear a mask because they feel like it will protect them from a virus that has a 99% survival rate, that should be their choice. It is not about the mask at this point. It is about compliance. As long as you are covered from your nose to your chin, you will not be harassed. You will not have the stigma of being an anti-masker. You will not be blamed for the case numbers going up. This mask mandate is causing a divide and huge psychological effect. Most individuals wear the mask because they do not want to be ostracized, not because they fear the virus or they fear getting sick. What they really fear is being refused service at the grocery store or discriminated against at the bank. Anytime there is a situation with an individual who is not wearing a mask, they end up being on social media and made a mockery of. Is this what our society has come to? Shaming others for taking care of their own health? What this tells me is I need to put my health aside in order to take care of others. It has been a year and we are clearly not doing something right here. We tried the masks and can come to the conclusion that they don't work. Because if they did, why does a child need to get tested if all the classmates are wearing a mask? If the masks work and they did actually prevent the spread of infection, wouldn't that child be safe? If the virus is so deadly, why are there no biohazard bins in order to dispose of these masks? Are you not concerned of the long-term effects of wearing a mask all day, especially in the case in school-age children, where they are obligated to wear a mask for 6 hours a day, if not more? I say obligated because no child would choose to wear a mask to school. How is a child supposed to develop social skills and be able to understand emotion when they are unable to read someone's facial expression? A smile can brighten up anyone's day. A hug has been proven to heal, and playing in dirt was once a way to build up our immune system. Consider that the actions of today will have an effect on tomorrow. We are not allowed to smile. We are not allowed to hug. We are not allowed to socialize, all in the name of a COVID, a virus that has a 99% survival rate. I ask that you please reconsider the mask mandate and make it a choice. Is that not what we stand for here in Canada? Freedom of choice? COVID is not killing, depression is. People have forgotten what it's like to be happy. People have forgotten what it's like to laugh. People have forgotten what it's like to see someone's face light up with excitement. Let's remind them that life is worth living. Life is beautiful. I want to see everyone smiles. Thank you for listening, and please reconsider the mask mandate, or start to educate people that they need to accept individuals for being different or for dressing differently. No one is discriminated against for wearing a turban, or no one. So we should make people who don't wear masks accepted into society and not discriminated against. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thanks, Monica.
Does anyone have any questions? Because I would gladly like to take them. Nobody has the courage.
I see no questions. We're going to move on. We do have our vaccine and COVID update at noon. So what I'm going to propose doing is continuing to hear our delegations until 11:45 or so, to give people a chance to have a bio break before our presentation. So I apologize for people who may have to wait, but it's a very busy day and we've got a lot to try to squeeze in. Karen Toth is our next speaker. All right, we're not seeing her in the waiting room, so we'll move on to Kate Vanderloot. And I can see Kate.
Hi.
Yep.
Okay, and I just want to make sure my screen shares properly.
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay. Can you see that? Is it big enough?
Yeah, we can see it. It's good. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. So obviously the issue at hand here is that the current approach and bylaw of unilaterally mandating face masks as a mitigation strategy to curb the spread of an airborne respiratory virus within the Waterloo region. A mask is a medical intervention, and the current mandatory mask bylaw is in violation of several of the pillars of medical ethics. Informed consent and the right to choose are paramount to society and how we function. I'm going to just touch on a couple of the pillars here. Obviously, autonomy is the big one. The definition of free and informed consent, meaning that the individual is provided with and understands the risks and benefits of receiving and or declining the intervention, and that consent is given free from coercion or undue influence. Individuals have ultimate control over their own treatment or intervention, and the treatment or intervention may not be forced upon them. The mandatory mask bylaw violates an individual's autonomy by removing the right of informed consent. The justice piece, as many of these speakers have spoken to so well, is the duty to treat all people fairly. And this medical ethical principle has been violated time and time again, as you've heard today, as those who have existing mask exemptions or those who have done their homework and see the harms of mask wearing as outweighing the benefits are harassed, ridiculed, discriminated against, made to feel less than, and everything in between. We've gone from an absolutely beautiful community here in Waterloo region, in which I've been so blessed and proud to raise my children, and I grew up here, to a hostile and angry society that shames one another at every opportunity. I'm going to show you these really briefly. There are links to these works cited at the end. This one is a US video, and the specialists that spoke were incredible. This one is Canadian based. These two, the doctor and the PPE specialist, are from Alberta, and it's really, really recent. So I highly encourage you to take a minute just to go and listen. And again, as I believe as Taylor and Maggie spoke to face mask etiquette, if you read through actual face mask etiquette, I will bet you that not one of you are actually following it properly, which renders your mitigation strategy of wearing the mask entirely ineffective anyway. And then extrapolate to that to the older populations and the younger populations. Do you really think that we're doing any good here? I'm going to speak from, I've got some notes here, and just take a look at this poll that was done. We, as the constituents of Waterloo Region, deserve transparency. If we are being forced to wear a face mask, a medical intervention, we need to understand how the decisions were made and what information and evidence was used to make them. If you can provide us with the actual evidence that shows that masking is effective in a community setting as a risk mitigation strategy for curbing the spread of SARS-CoV-2, I would honestly probably be agreeable to it. I'm all for helping others and being in it together when it makes sense and is supported by facts and data, but no one can ever seem to produce the necessary data to support these decisions, which is a massive lack of transparency. We have a year's worth of data and the metrics speak for themselves. When data brings new information to light, policies must change and adapt with that new information. Those who want to wear a mask, those who believe in their masks, they are more than entitled to wear their masks forever. And some may choose to do that. That is their choice. But as you can see from the poll of 20,000 plus people, in that it's a tweet, but it's still a poll in a tweet, very few are actually in that position at this point in time. If you want to accurately represent and make policy for the Waterloo Region community, do your own poll prior to voting on this bylaw and collect some real world data. Or be transparent and show us yours to prove that it makes sense. And I will leave you with two closing thoughts from the ever brilliant Thomas Sowell. It is bad enough that so many people believe things without any evidence. What is worse is that some people have no conception of evidence and regard facts as just someone else's opinion. And much of the self-righteous nonsense that abounds on so many subjects cannot stand up to just three questions. One, compared to what, as we saw from some of the representatives today about Texas and other places. So compared to what, two, at what cost, which we've heard mental health, suicides, all of that, children. And three, what are the hard facts? What are the actual facts? And there's a couple works cited. If anybody wants links to these also, I'm happy to just share the presentation. Yeah, any questions? And let me stop sharing. There we go.
I see no questions, but if you'd like to share your presentation with clerk's office, they can, they'll provide it to all the councillors.
Sure, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Cheryl Gatsky.
Hi, thank you for having me. Can you see and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kate. As always, that was fantastic. And thanks to all of you for allowing us to speak today. I am here again. I was here the last time when we went through this mask mandate, and I'm not here with an anti-message, and I didn't come with an anti-message the last time. I seem to be echoing a message that a lot of people are having, and that's a message of choice. I'm not going to give you a lot of stats and facts. We do have people like Kate, and I encourage you to look at her presentation because she has been a mother on a mission, and I respect her greatly. And I hope you all do take some time to listen to her wise words. I support the right to wear one, or support the right to not wear one. We are given freedom of choice for a reason, and that is what needs to be upheld. It's been a year, maybe 14 months now, of mandates based on ever-changing science. It's largely one-sided. It's been a year of doing things to protect people's feelings and the fear, thanks to 24/7 media fear propaganda. Now, feelings and fear, in science, they're important, but they don't trump my freedoms. They also don't, my freedoms don't stop where your fears begin or where your one-sided paid science comes into play. Is covering your face with a piece of cloth a huge infringement on my freedoms? Not really, but it is just a piece of cloth. It's a symbol of obedience. It's not going to stop a virus. As Silke had mentioned, there's people dying in the hospital without family members. Why don't people just put their Disney princess mask on and go say goodbye to grandma? Would you, any of the council members, go to a COVID ward with the same mask on that you wear grocery shopping? The answer is probably no. So then why are we wearing them grocery shopping if I can't be around somebody who has COVID? There's absolutely no logic in having me wear a piece of cloth over my face to try to stop a virus that's 1,000 times smaller than the end of a piece of a human hair. Again, if you want to wear that piece of cloth over your face, that is your God-given right to do that. If you're confident in the science that's being presented, then you should also be confident in allowing people to do what is best for them based on science that you are providing. One thing I always say in my personal business is I'm going to give you all the information you need to make an educated decision. That's how I live my life, on informed choices. Perhaps it's time we do take a look at the division, the exhaustion, and of course our children. If this was about our health, why are we not laser focused on investing in helping people learn how to take personal responsibility for their health? As someone who has lost 100 pounds and kept it off for 10 years, there's something to be said for personal responsibility of your own health. We need to make informed choices. We need to teach people how to eat healthy and to exercise instead of wasting my taxpayers' dollars on sending flyers around the community about putting a mask on and injecting yourself with an experimental injection. The agenda given to you by Big Pharma is showing, and it's been showing for a really long time, and it's getting to be embarrassing. If you pass this mask mandate again unanimously, you're just proving that you are part of the corruption that we all assume is there. We need to start letting people have choices. As mentioned, Florida, Texas, many other states have allowed people to just make choices. If you provide us with information that you feel is solid, let us make the choices that we need for our lives and our family that best work for us. You may be surprised at how many people continue to wear masks based on the science that you provide, but let your people choose. Thank you, and I assume that there's no questions.
Thank you, Cheryl. And I see no questions. I think we have time for Blake Larson.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hi, Blake.
I'm just going to try and share my screen here. Let's see. Oh, also, one thing just before I get started, there was a somebody who was going to give a delegation, Brittany, and she was kicked out of the meeting, I guess, for accidentally speaking earlier. She actually, I heard just from a person that she had accidentally done that, and I think she's stuck in their waiting room. So you guys could let her in to speak afterwards, if that's okay. She apologizes for the incident. Okay, so Thanks for everything, for letting us speak today. I have put this PowerPoint presentation together pretty quick, didn't have a lot of time to work on this, and this is kind of the first time I myself am really going through it, so hopefully this goes okay. Let's see here, how do I go forward? Okay, so one of the criteria for repealing the bylaws have not been met. This was one of your points for why we need to keep having the mask mandate. Now, I just wanted to speak about improvement in the state of local, provincial, and global situation. So one thing I just wanted to touch on quickly was vitamin D. I don't think anybody else has spoken about this before. So I've heard, and this is just some numbers that I put together from last summer, essentially. So some of the summer months, May 11th to October 28th, 2020, we had 15 COVID-19 deaths in the region. Our deaths went from 105 to 120. As some people have said before, we have basically, what's it called? We have about 250 deaths right now. So, we've had an increase in deaths. It'll be interesting to see what happens over the summer. I hope that those death numbers stay as low as they were. Part of why I think, and, there is a lot of evidence out there about vitamin D during the summer months. So, and this is not me saying this. This is not Blake Larson saying we don't have a flu season. We have a vitamin D deficiency season. I've heard doctors say this before. So, basically we have the numbers on this, and this is from a Harvard Health study from 2008. Except during the summer months, the skin makes little, if any, vitamin D from the sun at latitudes above 37 degrees north. So Waterloo's at about 43.5 latitude, which is, it doesn't sound like too much more than 37, but it is quite a far bit up there. And I mean, when babies are born, we recommend vitamin D supplementation. They take 400 IUs a day. Typical adult size supplementation is 1,000 IUs a day. This Harvard study said, recommends no more than 2,000 IUs a day. However, that was also 13 years ago. I've heard anywhere from, 1,000 to 4,000 IUs is good during the winter months. And even greater numbers when you are sick. So I'm wondering what public health's local opinion is, and I'd invite Dr. Wong to comment on this after I'm done speaking, if she'd like, because I think this is a really important part of health. I remember there was a Spanish study that showed that 97% of COVID patients had a vitamin D deficiency when they were hospitalized. So I think that could be a really good strategy for us. This is just and it looks like my title came in after the actual picture, but mask mandates in North Dakota versus South Dakota. North Dakota had mask and business restrictions. South Dakota had no business restrictions, no mask mandate, and their curves are very similar in terms of their actual cases. And this is from, you can't really see the text too well, but this is from this starts around the beginning of the pandemic and goes till December 13th, I think, of 2020. So it's just some interesting data to keep in mind. Our hospital's overwhelmed. So this is a collection of articles. You can see some of the dates here, all during the winter months. We've got April, December, January, February. Sorry, I guess April is not. April 16th, that's the first article here. Although this year it's maybe a little bit more. It's been pretty damn cold in April. April, December, January, February, and for years, 2017, 2013, 2018, 2011. So based on what I've seen, hospitals, this has been a problem for a long time. COVID's not the problem here. This is a problem we've been having a lot in Ontario with flu in winter months. Ontario has about 2,300 ICU beds right now. I believe we have just over 800 COVID patients. I don't want to downplay what's going on, but I just think that's another thing to consider, is that we've had these kind of problems in the past, and we can't necessarily say, hey, look, we're overwhelmed with COVID patients. I mean, the numbers don't necessarily show that. They also don't. It's been a problem for a long time. Aerosols. So there's no evidence that masks prevent aerosolized virus from spreading, which I think is what people are talking about. The virus is so tiny, if it's in droplets, it could be stopped by a mask, but aerosols, not so much. Evidence that it spreads by droplets is shaky at best, non-existent. I was thinking for people that are at risk, could we put valve masks on them? Could we have P100 masks, for example, that allows them to breathe out well, it filters better inwards. There's an MIT study that said that the risk of being exposed to COVID-19 indoors can be as great as 60 feet as it is at 6 feet. Unfortunately, I think I'm out of time, so thanks for the time, guys.
Thanks, Blake.
Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, there is a question from Councillor Lorentz.
Okay.
Let me just get unmuted here. Thanks, Blake. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate your information. You're talking about latitudes and things that happen in winter months, but I look at what's happening around the world. I look at what's happening in India that has a very, very warm climate. And how do you make that comparison?
I mean, India, it's a hard comparison to make. I don't think that any of us are going to know what's in India for a long time. I think a lot of it is there may be political, there may be some pressure there from the pharmaceutical companies. Like my understanding, I heard they were they wanted more study data from Pfizer. Some people are saying there might be a play there where some media companies are being influenced and making India to seem worse than it is. I don't know if there's any truth to that. The other thing with India is, interesting thing about India actually is they've been very transparent with, whether you believe them or not is another story, but they've been transparent with, hey, yeah, we've got all these cases, but also 95% of them are asymptomatic. So I'd like to see that kind of same thing happen with Ontario. If we have 3,200 cases in Ontario, what does that mean? Like, how many people are really sick out of that population? Or are 95% of them asymptomatic? Like, they don't even know they had the disease. They wouldn't have even, what are we running the cycle thresholds at? Like, are these people even sick? Are these people driving disease spread, or what's actually going on with them? So with India, I think, it's a big, I know there's a lot of poverty there. There's a lot of, their hygiene's not as good as ours. So there could be a lot of factors there. Like, I don't know what their deaths are at now. It's somewhere between 250 and 300,000, I guess. They also have 1.4 billion people. So it's really hard to compare a country of 35 million where we're really spread out and have, a lot of differences. I guess that's where my mind goes,
Okay, well, thank you for that. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks, Blake. I have no other questions. Councillors, we're going to take a brief recess and be back here at noon. Don't actually go anywhere. You can turn your cameras off. We have a presentation, including from Deputy Hilton, and we weren't able to reschedule that. So that's why we're taking things in this order. And then we'll return to our delegations, our remaining delegations, after the presentation. So see you in, by my watch, 12 minutes. Okay, councillors are ready to resume and bring the webcast back on. If you can rejoin us. All right. Now, I'm not sure what order we're doing our update in. Is it Dr. Wong first and then Deputy Hilton?
Sure, we could do it that way if Deputy Hilton is okay with that.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, great. I'll ask Kathy Prosh if she could please project my slides. And if we could go now to the first slide that shows our epi curve, please. Thank you. So trends are moving in the right direction, but our rates remain high. As of today, our weekly incidence rate sits at approximately 67 cases per 100,000 per week. Ontario's rate is approximately 128 cases per 100,000 per week. We are currently managing 478 active cases and 15 active outbreaks. Taking into account interim data, our 7-day average for percent positivity is now at 5.7%. Ontario's is at 7.9%. Variant cases make up the vast majority of cases in Waterloo region, as indicated in yellow. We continue to have a significant number of COVID cases in our local hospital, both acute cases as well as those who are no longer infectious but remain in serious condition, requiring ongoing hospitalization or ICU care. Next slide, please. Overall, we are seeing improvements, but we're not out of the third wave yet. Looking at case rates per 100,000 over the last 90 days, you can see that until March 2021, case rates per 100,000 were within a similar range. I'm sorry, I meant to say that this graph shows our case rates in blue at the bottom compared to those of Peel region, Toronto, York region, and Durham, which are represented by the graphs in other colors above. So overall, since the start of the third wave, rates in Waterloo region have increased to high levels, although not to the same degree as some other regions. In the first and second waves, case rates in Waterloo region were similar to public health units across Ontario. But for the third wave, though our rates are high, they are lower than regions with many more hotspots. The last week of April, 25% of the provincial supply of vaccines went to the province's hottest areas, such as Peel, Toronto, York, and Durham. Last week and this week, 50% of the province's supply has been allocated to such areas to help combat extremely high levels of infection. In Waterloo region, we are anticipating a stable and reliable supply of vaccine that will increase towards the latter half of May into June and beyond. This means our vaccination clinics will be able to expand capacity and administer more vaccines starting soon. So in closing, although our rates are slowly coming down, they are still high, and the strain on our hospitals remains very high. We must keep up with our public health measures and continue to drive our rates lower and lower. This will also reduce the number of people who become ill, who require hospitalization or ICU care, and who pass away. In addition, the lower our rates, when we emerge from the provincial shutdown, the less restrictions will be under. I want to thank the residents of the region for all of their efforts. Their efforts are making an impact. We need to keep at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Wong. And I see no questions at this point, so let's move on to the vaccination update, and then we'll see where we are. Vaccination Task Force. Deputy Hilton.
Thank you and good afternoon. Yesterday, the Ontario government announced the addition of high-risk healthcare workers to the list of those eligible to receive their second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine earlier than the extended 4-month interval. And that eligibility for booking will begin by the end of the week of May 10th. Waterloo Region does not use the provincial booking system. However, we are in the process of developing a plan to facilitate a scheduling process to accommodate the shortened second dose interval. And so further details will be provided in the coming days. But as you recall, the high-risk healthcare workers is actually a very large group, and it includes all hospital and acute care staff in frontline roles with COVID-19 patients and or with a risk of exposure to COVID-19, including nurses and personal support workers and those performing aerosol generating procedures, all patient-facing healthcare workers involved in the COVID-19 response, medical first responders, which includes paramedics, firefighters, police, and then community healthcare workers serving specialized populations, long-term care home and retirement home healthcare workers, which includes nurses, personal support workers, and essential caregivers. And this is just to name a few that fall under the high-risk healthcare worker category, but we are working to look at an efficient process for this shortened second dose. Today, I'm pleased to have joining me Amber Sayre, Ariane Fokema, and Jennifer Walker. They are an incredible part of the team responsible for data, and today they will be presenting on the work they've been doing on vaccine distribution dashboard. And I will now turn it over to Amber Sayre for opening remarks and introductions to the presentation.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to present the vaccine distribution dashboard today in advance of a refresh of expanded information that will go live this afternoon. The team is going to walk you through the highlights of the dashboard, which will now include additional detail around age-based distribution of those receiving vaccines, vaccine inventory administered by brand, as well as GIS data, which depicts vaccination rates by postal code. I'm going to hand it over to Jennifer and Ariane Fokema to provide the detailed walkthrough.
Okay, great. Thank you, Amber. I'm just going to share my screen so that everyone can see the dashboard. So we've made changes to our dashboard to improve how we tell the story and visually represent the progress that we've made in Waterloo Region of getting vaccines out of freezers and into the arms of the people who live and work in our community. So just some highlights on the summary page. We now have total doses that have been administered and the total numbers of people who've been fully vaccinated who live in Waterloo Region. We also have our total doses that have been administered in Waterloo Region and the total full vaccinations that have been completed in Waterloo Region for both residents and non-residents. The gauges here that we're looking at indicate vaccine coverage for Waterloo Region residents who are 18 years and older. All non-residents have been removed, so there is going to be a slight change compared to the current dashboard, less than 2%, a small negligible difference. The non-residents have been removed so that we can better align with our population numbers. The number of doses by day graph, we now have the ability to filter and see the different daily doses that have been completed. The default is all daily vaccinations that have been completed in Waterloo Region for both residents and non-residents. We have the options to take a look and see the total number of vaccinations that have been completed in Waterloo Region for our residents, for those who are non-residents. And then we also have the ability to see the Waterloo Region residents who've received vaccinations outside of our region. The data on this summary page provides a good overview of the progress that we're making in our community with the vaccine distribution. For our long-term care page, there's currently no changes to what's on the existing dashboard, but I just wanted to highlight some of the information that we do have available on there right now. We have vaccination coverage for long-term care and retirement home residents. These are the top two boxes. We also have vaccination coverage for long-term care and retirement home staff. All data is current as of March 31st. So in addition to the vaccination coverage, we also have a graph at the bottom represents the number of resident COVID-19 cases for long-term care and retirement home, starting from December 1st, 2020 up until March 31st of this year. With the progressive count, number of first doses that have been administered to long-term care and retirement home residents, which is this orange line, with the intention of demonstrating the effectiveness of the vaccines on top of the public health measures that are already in place in order to control COVID-19 cases in our long-term care homes. For the doses tab, we have added an additional chart. So that's this inventory by vaccine type to further expand the overall inventory chart to demonstrate the percentage of inventory that we've administered based on Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca vaccinations. Similar to the long-term care page, we also have a replication of our COVID-19 summary that currently is on the website right now, with all COVID cases from December 1st, 2020 onward, in order to demonstrate that as the vaccines are delivered in this community, that we expect to see a decrease in COVID-19 cases. For our clinic page, the graph on this page shows the number of daily doses that have been administered in Waterloo region to both residents and non-residents by various clinic types. So we have our pharmacies, our primary care, and all of our Waterloo region clinics. The Waterloo region clinics include all mass immunization clinics, our mobile clinics, and all of our community clinics. For the demographics page, we now have vaccination coverage for Waterloo region residents broken down by age groups for those who are 18 and older. So right now we have 60 plus on the dashboard, but we are able to expand it and go from 18 to 80 plus. So this includes first doses in the lighter blue bar that have been, and the fully vaccination percentages in the darker blue bar for each of those different age groups for Waterloo region residents as we work towards that target line of 75%. The percent gauges on the right-hand side here, they indicate vaccination coverage for all of Waterloo region. It's based on the whole population rather than that subsection of the 18 plus population. In addition to the priority groups that we have already on the dashboard, we've added two other groups, so adults with high-risk conditions and their caregivers, as well as workers. And this is the total number of doses that have been administered in Waterloo region to our priority groups. I'm just going to change so I can show you our FSA map. So this is the forward citation or forward citation area or FSA map. The map demonstrates the vaccination rates based on the first 3 digits of someone's postal code. So as more vaccines are distributed, the colors will change based on the scale. And once they reach our target of 75%, we will see the darkest purple in the areas. I'd like to show you a swipe feature that we have. So the swipe feature on the map allows people to see the changes between the 2 most recent data layers and demonstrates the progress that's being made in this community. So on the left-hand side, we have our May 3rd layer, and then on the right-hand side, we have our April 26th layer. So I'd like to direct your attention to this section right here as we see the swipe feature and how that will change the color, and we can see the progress that we're making in the neighborhoods. We also have the option to choose a neighborhood to see the vaccination rate. So if we wanted to look at a particular neighborhood, we have that ability to do just that. So the information that we have on the dashboard in the FSA map will help with answering questions that we may get from the public. It helps to keep our community informed on the progress we're making in Waterloo region, to distribute vaccines, and to also celebrate the combined effort of those who are working hard to make all of this happen.
Are we ready for questions? I see a few. Councillor Urbanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Clark, and thank you to all of you ladies for the phenomenal presentation. and the new dashboard. It's incredibly informative in terms of going forward. The one thing in terms of in calculating the percentages, because as you know, there's different numbers we from time to time use for our denominator or regional population. And so I'm just wondering, what is the actual number? Are we using 630 or 610 or which number are we using?
So we're using an estimate from the Region of Waterloo Planning Department, and the number is 588,000. So it's quite a bit lower, but that number we had to use because we couldn't use the projected number at the smaller geography level. So it excludes a lot of the students, and it's an estimate from mid-year 2020. Okay, well, no, just good to know so that when we're looking at the at the percentage. In terms of the chart, is there other information that you're commonly getting that we haven't been able to incorporate and we may see down the road yet, or is this sort of the majority of the stuff that we're getting and hearing these days? Yeah, it all depends on data quality, I think, of the different fields. So we're trying to present the data that is of good quality and tells a story to the public. I think there's other data that we look at internally to look at like clinic capacity and those types of information. But I think this presents a lot of what we have access to and feel comfortable presenting. Okay, great. Thank you. The last question I have is on the percentage numbers amongst retirement home and long-term care staff. And those numbers are probably lower than we'd like them to be and they'd like them to be. And it speaks to the hesitancy issue. And I'm just wondering if there's more work that can be done in that regard to help. And I can say that one of the questions I've certainly heard, particularly from young women who are working, is concern around the vaccine impacting their ability to start a family, and that's probably one of the biggest issues that I'm hearing out there, and where some of that hesitancy is lying. And I'm wondering how we can help alleviate some of those concerns, because often we're dealing with a younger population.
Yes, Councillor Vrbanovic, thank you for the question. There are efforts that are continuing with the long-term care and retirement home sector and the homes themselves to try to continue to increase immunization rates as well as maintain them for those homes that have rates. Our rates are similar to what is seen across Ontario. So we have very good uptake among residents and good, but can be improved rates among staff overall. There are efforts that are continuing in that regard, and we do have some questions and answers to commonly asked questions, and we can definitely, if it's not already there, I'm sorry, I haven't checked very recently, but if it's not already there, we can put the question and answer regarding whether there are effects on someone's ability to have a family. The answer is no. That is a myth that is circulating on.
No, but obviously getting that information from a reliable source would be helpful, and so if we have that or can have that, we can certainly send those links then and help folks out with that. But overall, I think all of you have been doing just beyond incredible job, and just want to say thank you for all that you continue to do.
Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through the chair. And, it was certainly great to see the new vaccine graphics that we can do and analysis, and to show the community what's happening there. Very exciting. My question actually goes back to the old data, the active cases data, and to Dr. Wong. I've been getting questions about age demographics of quote, who's getting sick now? And if we look at the characteristics graphic on our COVID-19 page, we see a cumulative one. And so you see the cumulative for the entire term of the pandemic, rather than say a snapshot of what's happening now. But see, if you look at the graph, you can look at the slope and see that the slope seemed to be highest for, looks like 30s, then 40s, no, sorry, 20s, 30s, then teens. And I just, if anecdotally you could help out with that, because I think people are seeing that. If I look at that in the 90s, it's only a handful who've been sick over the past month. And maybe you could talk a bit about that, of where the active cases lie age-wise.
For sure. Currently, we're seeing the highest rates in exactly the age groups you mentioned. So 20s, 30s, 40s, and then afterwards 10 to 19-year-olds. And it's reflective of the fact that we are seeing broad community transmission during this third wave. We are also seeing, as you said, many less seniors being infected because of the broad immunization that has occurred, especially in the older seniors age groups, and more, in the 60 plus and even 50 plus. We're starting to get coverage there. So it right now, though, in terms of serious consequences, it is still the older age groups that have a higher likelihood of having serious outcomes. Although, because the infection is spread a lot more broadly amongst the population, and in particular in the younger age groups, as mentioned, there will be also cases of severe impact in those younger age groups as well. So that's why in this third wave, we are seeing more stories of younger people needing to be hospitalized and intubated and being very seriously ill, in addition to those that we have seen for a while, such as those that are older or that have serious health conditions as well.
Thank you, Dr. Wong.
Councillor Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the team for that presentation. The dashboard is quite a useful tool, and also the postal code information with the forward sorting areas there can really help with measuring our vaccination success in some of the hotspots. So well done. I will also like the analysis that's included in there on the percentage of doses that are received and the percentage of doses that are administered. I had asked about that several weeks ago, and that's an important measure of efficiency of our vaccination rollout. So that's important for managing the program, and also I think for our public in terms of transparency. What I am wondering about is the one graph, and I appreciate you went by quickly, but it seems to look like our vaccinations are kind of falling off a little bit. Like we hit a peak, and now the vaccinations that we're administering per day are falling off a little bit. Is that correct? Did I see that correctly?
Yes, you did, Councillor Strickland. It is really a function of our vaccine supply, because a significant proportion, 50% of Ontario's vaccine supply last week and this week are being sent to areas like Toronto and Peel and York. And even before that, there was a percentage, 25% towards the end of April, that was being prioritized for those areas. So other areas which are don't have as many hotspots like us, have not gotten increases so far, but we expect to have those increases starting next week.
Okay, well, that's my second, related question. You can ask tons of questions on this topic, obviously. But we had good news again today that we're opening up pre-registration for area residents 12 years of age and over. And so that must indicate that we feel more comfortable about increased supply over the coming weeks. Is that the case, Dr. Wong?
Yes, that's correct. And our pre-registration system has really allowed us to be able to plan as well as fill clinics very efficiently. So it's important for us to get out that pre-registration request and get in names weeks before we're really able to immunize them. That's really helped in terms of our efficiency. And so that's the reason that we've opened up now to 12 and over for pre-registration. We will continue in terms of sending out bookings to those who have pre-registered to go in the order of priority according to the provincial framework. But yes, allowing all persons 12 and plus who are interested in getting the vaccine to register now will allow us to be most efficient when the vaccine supplies start to increase.
Okay, that's encouraging, and I know that the vaccine supply has been, some of the biggest challenges with this whole rollout. And I just wondering, I want to just kind of flesh this out a little bit more. I remember Deputy Hilton saying, several weeks ago, I don't know, a couple hundred Zoom calls ago, I suppose, that we could ramp up to 10,000 a day. And I think the most we ever hit was around 6,000. Do we anticipate we're going to be able to get up to 10,000 jabs a day in the next little while?
Certainly, going back to the many Zoom calls you referenced ago, definitely all of our planning has been for, if you recall, when General Hillier was a part of the provincial task force, that was one of the tasks that he had all of the vaccine task force to do, is to be prepared to administer 10,000 doses a day. And so all of our planning was always with that in the background of ensuring we had capacity for that. And you're absolutely right, we haven't reached that capacity because of supply, but we are also in a position with our clinics to be able to ramp up should we get that supply. So we are in a state of being able to handle that many doses with the clinics that we do have and the capacity that we have within.
So are we anticipating, given the more certainty around supply, to whatever extent it can be certain, that I don't remember the exact number. I don't know if it was 5,700, or something, the maximum that we've done, but do we anticipate being able to ramp up and approach that 10,000 a day, like within the next month?
I would say no. We are going to have some good increases in line with, the increasing amounts that are coming into Canada. And we'll be able to, distribute as much supply as it comes in. But 10,000 is a planning objective. But given the supply that we're anticipating rest of this month and next month, I don't think we will be hitting those of levels. The other thing also to be aware of is the province is also, as it should be doing, starting to ramp up other channels such as pharmacy and primary care. So, the doses that we'll be posting will be a function of all of those different channels. But so it won't just be our regional clinics. And in fact, over time, our regional clinics output might decrease or would decrease as the other channels increase. But I don't think we'd be able to.
Okay. So 6,000 to 7,000 a day is what we're looking at for peak, probably?
I think so, yes.
All right, that's fair enough. And I think that's important to know. And that's a reasonable number, not 10,000, but we are continuing to make progress. And just finally, can you remind me, what's the percentage of our population? I saw it went by and I didn't have a chance to write it down. What's the percentage of our population that's received the first dose?
Those screenshots were based on the data from last Friday, right? And so I don't know if the team might have something from our latest. We're going to have an update at 1:30.
Okay.
So, but if we look at the data up until I think it was end of day Sunday, I'll just try to pull that up now. I don't know, Ariane or team, might you have that in terms of the percentage?
45%.
Okay.
25?
45.
45%.
45% of our population has received their first dose as of yesterday.
As of yesterday. Okay, so that's current numbers. Okay, that's good. But how does that compare to other areas like Peel, for example, Mississauga? You know, are we, you know, how does that compare across the province?
Well, those areas are going to have higher percentages because they're getting more vaccine right now. So they will move ahead, and they've already moved ahead of us. You know, back when we were getting more vaccine in line with the per capita numbers, for example, we were ahead of Peel, but for sure, Peel now is going, Peel, Toronto, York, they are going to go ahead of us because they've gotten proportionally more supply for the time being.
Okay.
But when you compare us to other areas like ourselves, we're very similar.
Okay, so I guess the question is then, at what point does this vaccination distribution come back more to a per capita model? Like, does it happen when Peel, like I'm just going by media reports. I think Peel was at 50% several days ago. So they're probably approaching 60%. And so they're still getting more vaccine supply than other areas. And so what's the metric to help rebalance that distribution so that it becomes more of a per capita model, or do you not foresee that ever happening? Because, you know, I recognize the folks in Peel, it's a hotspot. We need to look after the hotspots. We need to look after our hotspots, but we also want to make sure that our residents are receiving a proportionate amount of vaccine compared to the rest of the population of Ontario, given extenuating circumstances. But the question is, like, you know, is it forever thus that, you know, Peel and Toronto will always get more vaccination supply until they get herd immunity? Or is there a process in place to review this, to make sure we're constantly checking the balance and the distribution of the vaccine to make sure we have a balanced approach across the province at some point in the near future?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Strickland. So that is a provincial policy decision that is, you know, being looked at regularly. Now, the plan is that it would move back to more of a per capita model starting next week, which is why we anticipate, and we've been told that we should expect greater supplies as of next week. But you know, the decision to move 50% of the supplies to those hotter spots was a more recent policy decision that was made by the province. And so I would just maybe add the caveat that what we know at this point is other areas should start to get more starting next week. But I think we still always have to stay tuned for the province potentially adjusting its plans as the pandemic goes on. Yeah.
All right, that's very helpful, and please keep us, you know, informed as you have been. We're having regular Board of Health meetings. If we need to do more advocacy, and it's based on public health guidelines, but if we need to do more advocacy to make sure we get the requisite supply here for our residents, I'm sure myself and certainly myself and our colleagues will be prepared to do that. We got to make sure that it's done thoughtfully and in a balanced manner, so all residents of Ontario receive an equal opportunity to get vaccine. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks very much to the staff group that put the dashboard together. I'm really excited about the the new changes and look forward to looking at that. I want you to know that my day is divided into two, before 1:30 and after 1:30. So somewhere around 1:28, I start hitting the refresh button on the dashboard. Sometimes it's a little bit early, and sometimes that works, and sometimes I have to wait till 1:35. But I look at it religiously, and really appreciate the information that's there and the progress that we're making, and with the vaccinations. Two questions. One is the province mandating any of these statistics or statistical indicators? Are any of these that the province wants us to, or is requiring us to do, or are they all voluntary?
These are all voluntary at the local level. The province will release its own provincial data, and it will also release certain data for health units. But health units are free to have as much as they like, or none. Sorry, or nothing. Rather, on their own local websites. Most health units, I think, have some form of tracking or dashboard for their residents, but no, these are the indicators that we thought would be helpful for our community to be aware of, and also taking into consideration requests that we've had for data.
Okay, and I know that we're not supposed to, and maybe it's by design, the province doesn't want an indicator mandated because we're not to be comparing so much our numbers with other health unit numbers, although I can tell you that I do that quite regularly. So, and there are a couple of websites out there, voluntary websites actually, that have some of that information. The other question I had is with the announcement today of the 12 plus being able to pre-register, are we departing from our previous policy of only allowing pre-registrations for the horizon, the 4 to 6 week horizon for people to get responses for bookings, or are we now going to, with the 12 plus, of course, we're encapsulating into that, the 40s and the 30-year-olds and the 20-year-olds. So will the 4 to 6 week horizon still be in play?
Sure. Did you want to? Okay.
Right now, yes, we're suggesting within the 4 to 6 weeks that it's still in play. Given that we know we are getting an increase and a steady supply of the vaccine. However, we have to continue to keep assessing that number as well, just to make sure that we are within those 4 to 6 weeks. And if we're not, obviously, looking at ensuring that people understand why, and also looking at our distribution model as well. Can we expand hours, that sort of thing. So it's always a matter of our planning, just to right now we're within that 4 to 6 weeks, but also just always reevaluating because we are continuing to stay in line with the province as well. So every time that they move into new registrations, we're also opening our pre-registration for that, but being mindful of the fact that we still have people sitting in pre-registration that are prioritized. And so when we do open those vaccine appointments, that we continue to make sure that those that have been sitting in get their invitation to book, obviously in the priority in which they've been invited to pre-register.
And so The other question I have is, now that we've opened it up fairly wide, essentially to everyone, so we will continue to prioritize the health conditions in phase 2. We'll continue to prioritize group 1 and group 2 workers ahead of age-related pre-registrations. And will we go down in 5-year increments down to the 12-year-olds in terms of prioritizing bookings?
Shirley, do you want me to take a crack at that? Okay. Yes, we're going to follow the provincial framework, and the provincial framework that was updated and released for May showed, going down age bands by about 10 years. So 50 plus, and then 40 plus, and then 30 plus, and then 18 plus. And then we do expect the province will shortly announce a strategy for those 12 to 17 years of age, who would come after the 18 plus likely, but we'll have to see what they say about that when it comes out. So yes, we would follow whatever the province has put forward as the prioritization framework for the different age bands and the categories of health conditions, for example, and they would continue to be prioritized to receive bookings when they pre-register, even if they pre-register later.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thank you to Councillor Strickland as well. You covered a lot of my questions about availability very well. So I'll ask a different question, and that's just wondering if you have any comments or insights into vaccine hesitancy, or have we sort of anticipated that there would be pockets of population that would be hesitant to vaccinate, and we know those will always exist, but are we making, are we seeing a lot of vaccine hesitancy, or are we seeing pretty good uptake?
Maybe I'll start, and please feel free to jump in, Shirley or Connie. I would say that given where we're at, which is still a state of fairly limited vaccine for the demand that is there, we're seeing good uptake for when we have vaccine available. In fact, we're still seeing more people want it overall than there are bookings to offer. So I think it will become a little more clearer once we sort of get through all those people that have already indicated their desire to receive a dose of vaccine, to see what is left in terms of percentage of our population who hasn't yet gotten the vaccine. You're right that there are groups, though, that we know from research that will likely be more vaccine hesitant, and that is why there have been efforts that have been made along the way and continue to be made to try to make vaccine more accessible to them. So the outreach and engagement of the priority populations that's led overall by Connie and her team, for example. So those efforts will continue to go on, and with our statistics that will continue to be updated on a regular basis in terms of vaccine coverage by area in the region, that's a way we'll be able to monitor how well it's going.
Okay, thank you. And then just one other question, if I could, and I think I just forgot my other question. All right, we'll leave it at that.
I'm wondering whether Connie wanted to add anything to that. I saw she came on screen.
I did. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I did want to add that we are seeing some encouraging results so far in our outreach within the high priority neighborhoods. And we're doing some things again that we haven't really done before, and reaching out to communities to address vaccine hesitancy in completely new ways, including things like having clinicians attend food distribution sites where they're there to talk to residents who may have questions about getting vaccinated, and actually directly booking them there. And so if they are interested, they can answer questions and then they can immediately book them in at that time. And again, also with the door-to-door outreach that, with community leaders, one of the things that the evidence is telling and showing is that with those that are experiencing vaccine hesitancy, trusted community leaders, trusted people, and word of mouth are really great ways to be able to reach them and to address this. And those are certainly the approaches that we're taking, and so far encouraging results.
I did have one question. Initially, the strategy was to fully vaccinate people based on sort of their vulnerability, and then that quickly changed to getting everybody partially vaccinated. But now I see with your report that high-risk healthcare workers are being moved up for their second doses. Do you see that as a strategy that's happening with any other populations? And specifically, I have had some communication with older and medically fragile residents in some of the hot spots who've had their first vaccination, but now that they know that their neighborhoods are being prioritized, they're wondering whether they will be prioritized for second vaccinations.
Yes, really, it's the opening up of eligibility to pre-register, or the opening up to more groups who can have their second dose moved up is really a function of supply. So it continues to be based on a prioritization, which is based on age and risk. That's the provincial prioritization framework. So the question about whether additional groups, besides the ones that have already been named, who will be eligible to move up their second dose, it's a policy decision that will be made at the provincial level, and it is something that the provincial expert group that's looking at this continues to consider basically every day. I know they're really busy because I do get a lot of requests from various groups, and they are looking at that balance of more doses to more people versus shortened second dose interval to certain groups of people that may be at greater risk.
Yeah, I appreciate that it's a provincial decision. Because it is a departure from the strategy, I'm wondering whether they're, what the intention is in terms of doing this with other groups. But
I think the intention is to allow more groups to have their second doses shortened if there's available supply.
Thank you. That's helpful. I see no other questions, so I think we're ready to move back to our delegations, and there are a few more who've been very patiently waiting. So I will now call on Ian McLean. Hi, Ian. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. And good morning. Actually, it's good afternoon. Chair Clark, councillor, staff, I'm Ian McLean, President CEO of the Greater Kitchener-Waterloo Chamber of Commerce, but also the chair of the Best Waterloo Leadership Group. And I appear on behalf of Best Waterloo, which is Explore Waterloo Region, Communitech, the Waterloo EDC, the Cambridge Chamber, and ourselves at the Greater KW Chamber. We do support the extension of the masking bylaw for Waterloo Region. Always keeping in mind that our region and our businesses are impacted by surrounding communities and the decisions they make on this front. We all agree that this council should keep in mind the precautionary principle which was referenced in the SARS report of 18 years ago. And that really is that we should not wait for peer-reviewed scientific studies when we can see evidence of solutions to problems that are existing right in front of us. And so the data and science should be the guiding light for this issue. And on that front, the science is clear. COVID is primarily airborne spread, and masking is an essential tool to contain the spread. Yesterday in the Globe and Mail, there was an article, opinion piece called "Embracing the Science on Airborne Transmission is Key to Preventing a New COVID-19 Outbreaks." The line that I take from this is a line that says, "Would publicly declaring COVID-19 airborne and implementing strategies to prevent airborne transmission reduce the spread of the virus and the resulting devastating impacts on essential workers and their families?" The answer quite clearly is yes. We know further use of medical grade masks on this front can be, which medical masks, such as the one we've got from Eclipse Automation, can be up to 5 times more effective than a cloth mask that people are using it within the community. Waterloo Region has been a leader on many fronts, and we should continue to lead on this file. So we do encourage council not only to extend the mask bylaw, but hope you'll encourage residents or provide more guidance to them that upping their masking game so we can power through this last wave is something they should consider. We were blessed to have local PPE provider Eclipse Automation donate 1.5 million ASTM level 300 medical grade masks. Again, these ones were produced right here in the region of Waterloo. We are providing those masks free of charge to local businesses, and through this, the municipalities, they're providing them to the community free of charge. And we're encouraging every business in our Best Waterloo organizations to use medical grade masks in their workplace, because there are so many more, they are so much more effective and can get us through to the other side of this pandemic with less illness and less death. 6 weeks ago, Quebec has instituted a medical grade mask mandate. I'm not asking you to do that today, but the evidence is clear in the province of Quebec that their transmission rate and their infection rate have gone down. Finally, our group does continue to call on the community to follow all public health guidelines. We continue to ask for a clear reopening playbook that is clear for business as it is for the community of what opening can and will look like and what needs to happen to get there. So we are proud to be working with business organizations across the community like the BIAs, the Chambers, the Communitech, Economic Development Corporation, and others to do our part. And so what we've been doing is on a couple of different fronts, providing rapid screening kits directly into businesses so that they can self-screen asymptomatic carriers and identify infection when we can first find it. We're providing those medical grade masks to businesses and the public. We have, through Communitech and the work they've done, made mobile screening buses available for the community and for individual workers. And we encourage everyone to get a vaccination because when it's their turn, because that's really what we need to do to get through this. So in summary, we do encourage council to extend the mask bylaw as proposed and to provide encouragement and guidance to both businesses and individuals in the community that masking is critically important and that when possible, a medical mask provides the best protection for you and for those you come in contact with. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. We do have a question. Councillor Foxton.
Through you, the chair, and I'm asking either Ian or Shewry. So you're saying the medical grade mask, Ian. I have a cloth mask that puts in a filter, and that filter says it's 5 times more effective than just the other mask. Is that sufficient, or should I be going to this other one that you're talking about?
Well, all I can tell you is, because I'm not sure what the filter is, but this is designed, and there's science and technology involved in these medical grade masks that capture the droplets and the particles that go. I don't want to debate other than because I'm not the expert on it, but what I have seen is that when you translate, or for this mask here, up to 93% or more effective in containing that spread. Versus for many cloth masks, you may have one that with a filter that might be more, but many 2-ply cloth masks will be somewhere between 10 and 15%. Those are the numbers that we're getting from Eclipse Automation and Inksmith or Canadian Shield and others. So there's just no question that if you've got the choice using this mask here versus the cloth mask, which I purchased and I think is much better looking when I'm wearing my suit. But this is the mask to wear. And if you want to, and for us as a community, we want to get through this latest wave and open or reopen and stay open safely, that rapid screening and these medical grade masks are the tools that business in particular, so we're going to be saying this regardless, those are the tools that we need as businesses and I think as a community to get through it.
And those are the 3 ones, right? The 3, and the filters are a 5. Okay, so maybe, but Shewry, maybe you can answer me, because Ian, I'll tell you, a lot of people are going with the cloth masks with the filters. And so we need to know if that's okay.
Yeah, so what is being recommended by Ontario and Public Health Agency of Canada and the WHO is, you know, a well fitting mask that covers the nose and mouth and doesn't leave gaps around the face, a mask that is made of multiple layers. You know, Public Health Agency of Canada and Ontario recommend a multi-layer mask. A 3-layer mask is what we recommend here in Waterloo region. And grade masks that are truly medical grade, because there are a lot of masks out there that look like medical masks and are actually not medical grade masks. The truly medical grade masks are high quality masks. They also have to fit well though, because you may have seen this yourself. Some people wear the medical mask, but they have these gaps on the sides because they're actually not necessarily well fitting to the person. So, you know, people do have to fit them well to their face. And so, you know, a well-fitting 3-layer mask that is easy to breathe through, you know, is a quality mask to us, as is a medical grade mask. As Mr. McLean mentioned, it's also a high quality mask as long as it fits very well. So the recommendation that we have is a 3-layer cloth mask. And if people want to wear medical masks as well, you know, if they're comfortable with that, then they should feel free to do that. They should though make sure that it fits well.
Thank you.
Thanks. I see no other questions. Thank you, Ian, for coming in. I'm going to move on to our late registrants who have 3 minutes each, but then I'll come back because we do have 2 prior registered people who were not available when we called on them, so I'll come back to them. Alan Betchevechik. Sorry, I've got this handwritten and I can't read my own handwriting. Okay, he may have left us. Then I will move on to Cassandra.
Hello.
Hi, Cassandra.
Hello. I actually registered early, but I guess somehow my email didn't get through.
Oh, I'm sorry. And it's Legiehn?
Yes, it's Legiehn. Thank you. Thank you for remembering. All right. Hello, my name is Cassandra Legiehn. Thank you for taking the time to listen to what I have to say today. I am a mother of 2 amazing school-age children that have been affected by this region's mask bylaw. I am one of the parents who pulled their children out of the school because wearing a mask all day, every day was not going to become our new normal on my watch. I have not worn a mask once, and I'll tell you why. I left an abusive relationship 2 years ago that was very difficult to leave. I ran the risk of post-separation abuse if I left. I knew that I had to take that chance. It was, of course, the best decision that I made for myself and for my kids. When mom is happy and healthy, the kids are happy and healthy. I have since recovered from the abuse that had left me traumatized and afraid. Now I am much more empowered. I have boundaries. I have self-worth again, and I'm no longer afraid. Because I experienced some very insidious psychological and emotional abuse in the form of gaslighting in the relationship, I now know what abuse looks like, what it tastes like, and what it smells like. So I can tell you that what our collective is going through right now with all of these COVID restrictions, lockdowns, mask mandates, and propaganda is 100% abuse. There is no doubt in my mind that this is true. It's like we're in an abusive relationship with our government. He controls when I can see my friends and family, when I can go out and where, what time I have to be home, what activities I can and can't enjoy, when and where I can work, and I never know when he's going to change his mind about all of these things. He makes it so that I am dependent on him. He says it's for my own good, and he's doing it only because he cares about me. Even church is forbidden, the one place I get love and support. There's no consistency in his rules. Goalposts are always moving. One day he's nice, and one day I feel like he's a completely different person. I'm pretty sure he's lying about things because something doesn't feel right. I think he's doing corrupt things. Sometimes he scares me, but I don't know what to do. It's like no one else sees what I see. Everyone thinks he's great. He says nasty things to me. He calls me crazy when I bring up the mistreatment. He calls me selfish when I try to stand up for myself. He blames me for all of the abuse. He doesn't like it when I try to hold him accountable for his behavior. That makes him angry. I never know if what I say or do will make him want to retaliate. It's a minefield, and I have to be very careful where I step. So I'd rather not do anything. My self-worth has gone way down. I'm depressed, anxious every time he comes around. I'm just hoping that one day this will all end and I'll be able to breathe again. So does this sound familiar? I didn't know the severity of the abuse I was being subjected to until months after I had left my relationship. So it's most likely that a large percentage of the people in the region of Waterloo don't even know that they are also in an abusive relationship. It is really difficult for someone to think for themselves when there's so much gaslighting involved. The first step to getting out of an abusive relationship for me was to ask for help. I needed validation to know that I wasn't going crazy. So for anyone watching this, you are not crazy. You're being abused, and you deserve nothing less than 100% respect. You get to decide what is best for you, not the government. If we remove the mask mandate, the house of cards begins to crumble.
Can I ask you to wrap it up? Your overtime.
Yeah. So I urge this regional council to reflect on this, what I've just said. Take a seat back, breathe, and ask yourselves if this indeed is an abusive relationship. Are you being abused yourself, or are you the abuser? Is the Reopening Ontario Act an abuse of power, which is the foundation of an abusive relationship, or did we, the people, vote for it? These mandates have enabled way too many people to treat others poorly, discriminating, verbal assaulting, inciting fear, segregating the masked from the masked, and you can put an end to this. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Cassandra. Just looking to see if there's any questions. And I don't see any. Thank you very much for your patience. Earlier, we called on Kevin Cobb. Has Kevin... He did join us. Hi, Kevin. Oh, you're on mute. Sorry, Kevin, you have 5 minutes.
So I'd written some stuff here, and it was in regards to masking and mental health of children. I have 2 school-age kids, and I just wanted to show you what I found. And these aren't my beliefs. These are qualified doctors' statements. So Sick Kids Hospital released a statement on July 2020 of this year, right before school started, saying, in a recent peer-reviewed study conducted by 2 expert virologists, aided by 20 expert doctors at the hospital, advised against social distancing and masking, saying the social distancing and masking import drastic physiological harm to children. The CDC stated kids are at a 0.001 chance of getting COVID, as stated by the CDC published data transmission among kids. But schools, boards, regardless of the experts' data and education, enforce masking of children for the entire day, including gym and recess. According to the doctors and psychologists stating, masking of kids has negative impact, physical and mental health of kids, inhalation of nanoparticles found in masks, mold, bacteria, rebreathing of their exhaled air. Dr. Ross Hauser used a transcranial ultrasound Doppler and examined to show that within seconds of wearing a mask, dilation of vessels in the brain. This dilation indicates the brain is stressed and in a state of hypernemia. The blood flow doubles in speed to remove carbon dioxide because of the brain's stressed state. Hypernemia is made worse by exercise, example, gym and recess. Hypernemia is makes anxiety on kids worse. Wearing masks for long periods of time are going to be harmful for our kids. These factors reduce the children's ability to concentrate. Canadian Dental Association Canada Dental Association said that there's a newfound problem with prolonged mask wearing. It's called mask mouth, the receding of gums, the increase in cavities. Pediatric health specialists are saying there's a rising concern in eating disorders among kids and young adolescents. Dr. Ellen Veery, Alberta's Children's Hospital, stated kids' eating disorders have doubled since COVID. Christina Barca, Sick Kids Hospital, connects spikes in isolation, school stoppage, negative social media, and stress. Kids Help Phone has said that we're at a record high for child suicides. 10 to 15 active rescues daily where police are called to assist in stopping children from killing themselves. 800 calls a day are coming into the Kids Help Phone. Toronto Spectator reports McMaster Children's Hospital, there's a spike in more serious suicide attempts in kids as young as 5 years old. That's what we're doing to our kids. We're putting the masks on them to protect them from something they have a 0.001 chance of getting. And we're giving them doubled suicide rates, eating disorders, mask mouth. We continue to lock down and wear masks, and we know that it doesn't work. And then to conclude my statement, in January of this year, with an open mic that they didn't know was on, Barbara Yaffe, the Minister of Health for Ontario, said, I read whatever they put in front of me. So these are the experts that we're listening to and using to make our mandates. And she's not even writing her own stuff, and she's the expert. So my question is, when do the mask mandates end? What is the criteria for them to end? And who are we actually getting information from if Barbara Yaffe isn't even making up her own speeches? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. And I don't see any questions. Thanks very much. Is Karen Toth in the waiting room? Okay, Ms. Todd has not come forward. So we are now going to proceed with our discussions that we started earlier. Let's get the recommendation on the floor first, and I have moved by Regional Chair Redmond and seconded by Councillor Bavanovich, that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo extend the requirements of the face covering bylaws and code of use bylaws to December 31st, 2021, unless repealed before or extended by Council. And the amending bylaws as set out in Appendices A and B of the report dated May 11th, 2021, be forwarded to Council for approval. So that's the motion, and I see some hands up for discussion, beginning with Councillor Jaworski.
Well, thank you. Through the chair, certainly I think on behalf of all of us, thanked all the delegates for their passion and participation in our virtual meeting today. And if we reflect, I really see that some spoke of science, and some spoke about community kindness, understanding, and compassion, which certainly hits us really hard. On science, just last Friday, I note that the CDC updated its science brief on the community use of cloth masks, and a very, very long briefing. However, it does say CDC recommends community use of masks. And I think that's part of the science. Mayo Clinic similarly refers to the CDC report as well. Now, on kindness, I do think there's an opportunity for perhaps Mr. Lochner's team to give thought on what we can do here, and should this bylaw continue following the vote, but maybe something for our Friday community briefings with Dr. Wong and Chair Redmond on the respect and kindness for people who simply cannot wear masks in the community, because that's not something we want to see in our community, and we've had a kindness campaign going for some time, and maybe there's an opportunity to extend it. And while I have the floor, and I think I speak on behalf of all of us as councillors or heads of councils at the lower tier, that today's virtual debate is truly an exemplar of how we properly discuss things in the time of COVID, and that's virtually. The ongoing anti-mask rallies have no place in our communities, and I would like to thank our police, bylaw, and so many more in the background for dedicating so much time to this. And I would suggest that rallyists take advantage of online tools for virtual demonstrations or online petitions, as marching maskless past our hospital is a slap in the face to nurses, doctors, patients, and staff in our community, and that needs to stop. But I do have a question, Chair, and it's for Mr. Lochner or Mr. Schmidt, based on something that had come up earlier in our discussion. We have 3 internationally attractive post-secondary institutes that are planning on coming back on stream in September. And as we all know, we have a discussion later today on the U-Pass, the transit pass. And I think we're going to see a lot of those students coming back. They're going to be getting on our transit. And we really don't know what will be the impact of COVID-19 on all these students coming back. And I think for a precautionary measure, it would certainly make sense to keep our current bylaw and not connect it to the provincial regulation of it coming off, simply because it gives us our own control over our unique situation with post-secondary institutes, as well as our unique transit system, our great transit system. So I was wondering if Mr. Lochner or Mr. Schmidt could comment on what we expect to see in terms of transit ridership in the coming months, more specifically in the fall.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Through you. I'll let Mr. Schmidt comment more on the specifics of the transit, but Councillor Jaworski's point about variants of concern is high on our radar. We know that there's an increase of those, and certainly mutations are cause for concern, which I can't speak for Dr. Wong, but I'm sure she would say continued distancing, continued washing of hands, continued masking, all the basic public health measures do more to stop the spread than anything else. So I think continuing to emphasize those things is important, particularly as our borders open up and we have more potential spread of variants. I'll ask Mr. Schmidt to comment on the specifics around transit.
Through you, Madam Chair, on transit, we are anticipating that the universities will be going back to on-campus learning this fall. That's the indications we have right now. Obviously, that may change, but right now we're planning on the basis that the universities will have students back in Waterloo. Based on that, we are anticipating that we will have to increase the number of transit hours. So we decrease the numbers specifically in areas around the university. We'll be coming forward to council in June with a report that will recommend increasing those numbers of hours. Obviously, we want to be able to use our buses as fully as we can. And based on the mask bylaws and wearing of masks, we're able to have increased capacity on those buses. Without that, at this point, on the recommendations we're getting, we would have to decrease capacity, which would obviously impact the number of buses we need to run. So at this stage, yes, we expect to see more students. We expect them to use our transit system. We're planning for it and are anticipating that with the mask use in place, we'll be able to best use our infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. So much has gone on, so much to think about. I agree with extending the mask bylaw. I agree with all the provisions under it. I would ask this council consider doing it till the end of September. And for a couple of reasons. Number one, we don't know where we're heading. With the increase in immunization, we may be in a better position. And you may want to come back and cancel it later on. That's fine, except that there is a mental pressure when implementing it to December 31st. People keep hoping. They keep hoping the vaccine will allow us to come back to some type of normal. They keep hoping we'll get this under control. And a 6-month period is like a punch in the gut to a lot of these people, especially those who have isolated for long periods of time. And those seniors that have not gone outside for almost 2 years. This is an onerous burden to put upon them. And I don't want to bash all hope. So I'm asking that the bylaw, instead of going to December 31st, go to September, the end of September. And then we revisit it based upon the knowledge of the day.
Councillor Fox, are you proposing that as an amendment?
Yes, I am.
In that case, I'm going to ask Chair Redmond and Councillor Verbanovich whether they accept that as a friendly amendment.
I do not see that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, nor do I.
All right. Then I believe the process at this point is to have a vote on the amendment. Do we have a seconder on the amendment?
Yeah, you have to have a seconder.
Councillor Harris? Are you seconding the amendment?
Yes, I'll second the amendment.
All right. Then we're going to have a vote on the motion by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Harris. Am I echoing, or is that Bruce again?
Keep your hands down.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor Clark.
So go ahead.
Because I think there may be other amendments coming forward. And so may I suggest that I think normally the process would be to allow everyone to articulate what they're going to be proposing, and then you go through them in order after people have had an opportunity to comment.
Yeah, good idea.
All right, I have no objection to that if that's the way we want to approach it. So we put that one in abeyance, and we'll move on to the next speaker, who is Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'll listen to what those amendments are and possibly comment on those. Look forward to those as they arise. But I do support the recommendation that has been brought forward by staff and duly moved at this point in time. I think that notwithstanding a lot of the information that's been provided by many of the delegations today, in my reading and in my study of this issue, the scholarly review of the facts is pretty clear that masks are effective. They're not a panacea. No one ever said they would be a panacea, but they are effective in reducing the rate of transmission. And we need to continue to employ them as one of our measures in dealing with the pandemic. I don't normally contest, specific information from delegations, but a few delegations were somehow or another extolling the virtues of the state of Texas in the United States. And during the break, I knew there was something wrong with that. I checked the one particular website that I typically check, and the rate of infection and the rate of death in Texas is 3 times the rate in Canada per million. So I know there's a lot of information that floats out in the internet and on YouTube and elsewhere, and sometimes some of that information has to be challenged. 2 more things. I do want to concur with Councillor Jaworski and his sentiment regarding the anti-mask, anti-lockdown rallies, particularly the one that was so offensive on the weekend. I did take the social media to comment, but I can comment here as well that it was truly an insult at the beginning of Nursing Week for people to be passing by unmasked without any physical distancing in front of our Grand River Hospital as staff inside were dealing with severely ill COVID patients. And we've had some recent deaths there as well. And I just don't understand people doing that in these particular days. I also do want to have a bit of a lament about our bylaw, as I did when we instituted the bylaw back much earlier. And we did hear about this from some of our delegations today about the experiences they've had, people with medical exemptions who have had some unfortunate experiences in the community. And we've discussed this at great length originally in terms of whether or not we were going to make store owners or shopkeepers responsible for making people wear masks, and we chose that it would be more or less on the honor system, and it continues to be that way. And I think that that is the best way, at least at this point in time. But I really feel for those people who do have legitimate medical exemptions and are confronted in some of the experiences that we heard today, which are truly unfortunate. And so I would ask staff to consider once again what communications we can put out there that, in addition to the need to wear masks and the reason for that, and other public health measures that we promote in controlling the spread, that we again re-message that there are people with medical exemptions. It is nonetheless, however, on the honor system, and that people should accept that and not necessarily confront people if they see them in those situations. And hopefully that will, in maybe some small way, reduce the number of incidents that unfortunately some people are experiencing. But otherwise, I do support, certainly do support the recommendation, and I will listen to the reasonings for any of the amendments that are being put forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Urbanovich.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and thank you to all of the delegations on both sides of the issue who have come forward and took the opportunity today to share their viewpoints with us as we deal with this issue. As I was in the beginning, and as I continue to be today, when I weigh all of the information that's in front of us, I continue to believe that in the interest of all of our public health and our collective responsibilities, not only towards ourselves, but to each other, wearing masks is still one of the best ways, along with physical distancing, along with washing our hands and disinfecting regularly, and obviously getting the vaccine when our term comes up. All of those are the best ways that we can collectively fight COVID-19. And so I will certainly be supporting an extension of the mask bylaw. I do want to suggest, though, from an amendment perspective, that the trigger that we do use is the provincial date. And the only reason I'm suggesting that, well, there's a couple reasons actually. I do understand where, even amongst our own colleagues, there's a variety of viewpoints. And the reality is none of our viewpoints will matter because it'll be that provincial date at minimum that will dictate how long a mask bylaw will be in place. I do understand where Councillor Jaworski and staff are coming from around concerns around transit. But again, we're not the only municipality that has to deal with this. Transit is a factor, certainly in the large urban centers, particularly in Peel and Toronto, where larger numbers of people are using transit even on a day-to-day basis. But we're also not the only community with multiple academic institutions that are urban centers that are going to have to grapple with this. So I presume that is something that the province will factor in as they ultimately look at this issue. And by linking it to the date, it will simply allow us to either potentially remove the condition earlier or actually see it end in the time frame we're talking about, or if necessary, potentially go a little bit longer. And so I would suggest that we seriously give that consideration. If there will, when I'm done speaking, if there's a seconder for that, I would certainly appreciate that. If it's not friendly with my co-mover and since I'm the seconder to the original motion. The last point that I do want to touch on is the comments that both councillors Jaworski and Galloway made, and they're ones that I certainly said publicly in communications with the media about the weekend's event. I certainly found the weekends, particularly as we considered the hospital and the start of nursing week, to be more than disappointing. And in fact, the word I used on the weekend was they angered me. And as someone who actually was born in a country where freedoms, didn't exist, and my parents immigrated to this country for those very reasons, I totally respect and understand where that comes from, but we can't lose sight of the fact with freedoms also come responsibilities, and parts of those responsibilities are doing the right things from a public health point of view and looking out for each other so that we can have a safe and healthy community for everyone. I find it particularly disappointing when an elected official who takes a similar oath of office, such as we do, are actually counseling people to break the law, is more than disappointing from my perspective, and is something that I certainly hope the electorate in those jurisdictions pay serious consideration to in the future. So those would be my comments and my proposed amendment, Chair Clark.
So, Councillor Papanovich, just to make sure that I'm articulating your proposed amendment correctly, you would extend the requirements of the face covering bylaws until such time as the province's Reopening Ontario Act mask requirements change? Can you just articulate that, please?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would turn to the clerk for appropriate wording, but the trigger point would be a change in the provincial mask requirements, because that's ultimately what we're governed by.
Okay, Chair Rubin, is that a friendly amendment?
So I guess I'd have to seek further clarification, and am fully prepared to say I don't think that's friendly unless it is at that juncture we would review whether or not we would leave our bylaw in place. So if that's the trigger that Councillor Vrbanovich is talking about, I could live with that. If it means ours is automatically repealed, I don't see that as friendly.
Okay, I guess I'm my thinking is that it would be automatic, but I can certainly be open to that. I guess what I'm trying to recognize is that the provincial guidelines, I think, are really what we should be utilizing as we do for everything else as we make these public health decisions.
So I would consider it friendly if we would, at that juncture, it would trigger another reconsideration by regional council. And I know that when we sort of set the table, and staff did a great job before, we heard from very impassioned delegations, and I want to thank them for being such active participants in the democratic process. I really do support it. I've had lots of emails from people who are on the other side of the issue. And I would have to tell you that if it was to spark another debate, I would tell you, I think our bylaw does have certainty. We have 3 triggers. It's an improvement of the state of the pandemic situation locally, provincially, and globally, a change in the evidence or advice from public health about wearing masks, and the availability of vaccine. And we know that all of those things could, and we're hoping that there will be more vaccine over the summer. But I would have to tell you, as I talk to my colleagues across the province, there's a very active debate in whether or not we go back to that color framework and how we reopen after we're through the worst of this pandemic. And I would have to tell you that I remind colleagues that we've been in red since last November. And we have made decisions locally before the province. And I can use Kingston as an example where people in the GTA, when a busload of them went to a spa and they ended up having huge spiked cases. So I think Councillor Jaworski's point about the fact that we're going to have students here, that people will start resuming to what is a more active sort of community involved existence. And we're all hoping for that we need to bring certainty. And I know that Councillor Foxton's done a really good job about talking about some of the angst and frustration, but I would tell you, I think that's because of the stay-at-home order and the lockdown. It isn't just about wearing masks. And I worry that if we go back to a regional opening, which lots of our colleagues across the province are asking for, that it could have an unintended consequence in our area. Councillor Jaworski also referenced the variants of concern. And I think that that's an issue that we need to continue to be vigilant on. And our success will be when we can repeal this mask bylaw, knowing that it's in the best interest safely for the indicators that I've just talked about. So if it was when the province repeals its mask bylaw, at that point in time, we would re-examine whether or not it was prudent for us to continue ours. For this reason, for the fact that students are coming back, I could support that because it brings a little bit of certainty. But I would tell you that I think that the bylaw that we brought into place and our agreement of use in the GRT, that again, we did that concurrently. They're not totally codependent. We could continue with the mask bylaw on public transit should we choose to do that. And I always felt it was really important that this council made the decision that the onus was on the individual, not the business. And I think that that was, I really supported that because businesses were already struggling and they didn't need this added to it. The provincial bylaw or mandatory mask guidance does put that onus on businesses. So for a lot of reasons, I think that when we put this in place, it was very thoughtful, and I recognize there's a lot of people that feel passionately another way. So I think the greater certainty that we can bring to this, the science that we can bring to this, and the level of vaccine within the community for herd immunity will all figure into whether or not we should continue with this bylaw.
So Chair Clark, I guess I will offer that the friendly amendment to the friendly amendment is indeed friendly as well, which I guess makes it a friendly marriage of amendments, and you can proceed with that. But in all sincerity, I think Chair Redmond makes some strong arguments, and as council will recall, I mean, Kitchener Council was very strong early on about the need to have a bylaw in the region, and that led to us looking at the issue. And so I think using that as a trigger, but still having a final debate around it at that time is appropriate. So I'll support that friendly amendment.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Councillor Harris.
Well, thank you. Good discussion, and I want to thank the delegations this morning, obviously taking the time from work and whatever activities you're doing to speak passionately about, why, you feel strongly about this particular bylaw. I wanted to see Councillor Foxton's suggestion at least come to a vote and seconding it. I know that we keep hearing this analogy of seeing light at the end of the tunnel. I'm hopeful that it's sooner rather than later. We all want a bit of hope in terms of some sort of getting past this pandemic. I think the mask issue is one of the first ones that people will be looking forward to, getting over, so we can see people's smiles and recognize friends and family when we're out and about, if we ever get out and about again anytime soon. I will say that I have had an opportunity to look through. Thank Rebecca for her help with this. But, over in Hamilton, the city council there has passed a bylaw to review the mask issue every 3 months. In Ottawa, they recently just made a decision They've extended their bylaw 4 times. And they've got it now expiring August 26th. You know, that sounds more promising perhaps than December. And then, of course, in Niagara, they voted to extend their temporary face covering bylaw, but their bylaw aligns with the face covering orders issued by the province under the Reopening Ontario Act. And then the bylaw would automatically expire when those provincial requirements are no longer in effect. I think that's what Councillor Verbanovic was speaking to. And, you know, I would say that I align, you know, fairly significantly with that premise that we put that in place. I mean, obviously, you know, there's this friendly amendment that's been now, the caveat would be that we revisit this if and when the province's orders are no longer in effect, that we would then again at the region, if I'm understanding, revisit our own bylaw. And I think, you know, I wouldn't first, I don't obviously agree with that, but because I think people want consistency across the board. One thing I know we've heard from bylaw officers and other folks, businesses, is that they want some sort of consistency and certainty for the public, businesses, where the provisions are similar across the board, and that you don't have this hodgepodge of one jurisdiction has different rules than another. And that's why I feel strongly that the province's Reopening Act measures should take, and obviously does take, precedent over our own bylaw. And so I'll live within the confines of that. I thank Councillor Verbanovic for bringing that forward. You know, I would not like to see it revisited if and when the provincial orders are no longer in effect. But if that's the happy medium today, then I suppose that's where we'll go. So still open to Councillor Foxton's, you know what, suggestion of September. I mean, Ottawa went August, at the end of August, the summer. I'm not going to put an arbitrary date on it. I suppose right now I can live with September, but I just think that December doesn't leave a lot of folks any hope that this is going to end anytime soon. When we see pictures and, you know, we watch the Kentucky Derby, or we watch, you know, a baseball game in the United States, you know, with people in the stadium and all kinds of things. And, you know, their COVID cases dramatically going down because of the positive vaccination rates. And we also need to encourage and incentivize people to actually go out and get the vaccine. And maybe this face covering bylaw is just another incentive to go and do that if we can see that light at the end of the tunnel. So I'll leave it at there, and we'll see where and if any more amendments come on board. But that's my 2 cents on face coverings. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. I do have a lineup of speakers, but I'm going to go back to Councillor Foxton in case she is proposing some sort of amendment to her amendment.
No, and so it's not fair for me to talk on someone else, so I will wait my turn for the others.
Fine, thank you. Then Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Much has been said, and I'm not going to repeat a whole lot of it, but I will say that I like the amendment to the amendment to the amendment, or however many amendments were in there. I like where we've landed. Really, you know, having a discussion about it, as long as the province has the mask law in effect, is really not helpful. And I take Chair Redmond's point and Councillor Jaworski about being able to maintain our own bylaw if we need it once the province repeals theirs. So I think that's important. One thing I did want to say, and I thank the delegations as well. You know, this isn't easy for any of us. It's not easy for me. I still don't like a mask. I still don't like that my granddaughter has spent the first year and something of her life where, you know, most of the people she would see would have a mask on. But this isn't about me, and it's not about the individual. And I don't mean that to take away from people who have individual reasons not to wear a mask. But it's about keeping the system viable so that when, you know, grandma has a heart attack and has to be hospitalized, there's not someone there making a decision whether she gets a bed or a treatment. It's not just about COVID, it's about the whole system. And so, you know, this is an important piece in keeping that system viable. And along with that, I want to also emphasize what has been said about kindness and being kind to each other, because there are reasons that some people can't wear masks, and totally valid. And I think we need to continue to respect each other. And I hope we can maybe revisit our program that we had a year ago and put another push on to remind people of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shantz. Councillor Jowett.
Thank you, Chair Clerk. So my dog is literally running around, hurling himself all over the place. So I apologize if you start seeing fur flying, but just wanted to quickly touch on a couple of things that have been on my mind while I'm listening to everyone. And I am amendable to I guess, a friendly amendment, but I just go back to the week before we made the bylaw and how nobody was masked. And then that weekend, everyone was masked even before the deadline. And then I ponder when I lost my aunt because she was 1 week late for a vaccine. And so those are the things that are kind of resonating with me, that, you know, if we can prevent someone's death or extreme illness, I hope that's what we choose. You know, the masks have been proven, you know, and I know the confusion around the masks, we all remember it was because we didn't have the supply, and this thing kind of came upon us quickly. So I guess I don't want to, you know, be labored or make a lot of points that have already been made. I just think that if we're public health, why wouldn't we hang on to the autonomy of a choice when everything else, all the other variables have been so precarious for so long now, you know? And so I guess that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we can retain sort of at least some seriousness around how we want to navigate this last light at the end of the tunnel that we're all starting to see. And I know it's political, Dr. Wong, but I really want to hear what you think of this. So that's all.
Dr. Wong?
Yes, thank you for the question. So we do know that a lot of vaccination needs to continue to occur in the second half of 2021. So recently we had some good news. The Pfizer vaccine has been approved in Canada for 12 years to 17 years of age, in addition to the 18 plus, or rather 16 plus, it was originally approved for. So we anticipate being able to vaccinate many people within that age range of 12 to 17 years old, you know, over the summer months. There are trials going on now for even younger children. And so the hope is a few months from now, we would have approval for even younger children, at which point in time we'd be able to begin vaccination for those younger children. So that is expected to go into the fall and towards the end of the year at least. And we also need to monitor whether or not the population does need another booster shot, for example, you know, in the next winter season. So for those reasons, you know, staff had put forward a December 31st date, but it also makes a lot of sense to me to tie any revisiting of our local bylaw with when the province would make changes to theirs. So, you know, I think that would be very reasonable approach to take, still leaving us some autonomy to potentially make some adjustments as needed at the local level, depending on our local situation.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
That was helpful. You're good, Councillor Jowett? Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I have to confess that this is probably the most friendly amendment that I've ever experienced in council. But I have really appreciated the comments, and certainly the delegates who have come forward have been very passionate and compelling with the information that they brought forward, and their thoughtfulness and the concerns that they have presented. I've taken very seriously. And when you weigh all of this together, I think it's been said earlier that we need to be kind and caring. And I think the education component about making sure that there are people who can't wear masks due to medical reasons or whatever the reasons are, and we have to be mindful of that, and so does the public. But when I think back to the beginning of the pandemic and I saw everybody gowned up in the hospital and we didn't know what was taking place, and here people are entering into an area where it's an unknown, and we're asking them to help other people. And what we've said is the mask will help us through that. And so I think of that and I think, how can we say no to a mask when we know that they have been beneficial from the onset? And we have seen that, and we have seen what happens when we don't wear a mask. I really like the idea of the very friendly amendment and having an end date, whether that end date be the end of the year or the provincial end date, because I would much rather be able to back off than have to tighten up. I wish we could say September, but I think to have the end of the year is a good one, or to coincide with that of the province. And so I will support the very friendly amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am going to support the recommendation with the amendments, the 3 amendments as well. There's been good discussion here, and lots have been said, and lots of things that I agree with as well. I just have a few comments. And as my colleague, Councillor Mann just said, the mask, in my view, is a tool in the toolkit that can be used and possibly even saves one life. It's worth it. I do feel for the medical exempt people that are out there that can't wear them. And that goes with the part of that goes with the kind and caring end of it, where the public needs to be kind and caring to those folks and not taking the position that they did. I want to thank the delegations that came out tonight as well this afternoon. And there are a couple things there that I just wanted to say, though. I don't think any of us on council are corrupt, abusive, or elected not to lead or to represent and not to lead, and conspire to undermine society. And I don't think any of us have ruined the quality of life. I don't agree with those statements. I don't think they were appropriate. And I think that the kind and caring title needs to extend to everybody. So I'm in favor of the recommendation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, without being repetitious, simply confirm what my colleagues have said about the kindness that we want to show to those that cannot wear them. I can support the friendly amendment. However, my inclination is that the original motion from staff gives a clear deadline. And if we get caught up with the province, and all of us know that some of the guidelines from the province have not been as consistent or as clear as we would have liked to have thought. And if they would change their bylaws sooner than we think it's appropriate, and then would have to get into this debate again, I'm just wondering what we say to the community. So it sounds like the friendly amendment is going to be supported, and I will support it, but I think my preference would be to stick with the original one that was proposed by staff.
All right, I think I'll go to Councillor Foxton, and then we will. You've put me in a complicated position because I'm not sure whether the original bylaw, the original recommendation stands if the mover and the seconder have both supported the friendly amendment. So I think I need a new mover for that. Would Councillor Erb, would you move the original?
Certainly, yes, I will.
And do I have a seconder for the original motion? Councillor Armstrong, are you seconding? No. I don't see a seconder for the original motion. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me I should consult with clerks on this one, but nobody's telling me. So I believe the original motion is no longer on the table. Councillor Armstrong.
Just a comment. I mean, I support what we're going to be voting on. You know, the only problem that I see is that timelines will not get us through the pandemic. What we need to do to get through the pandemic is for people to follow the rules. And I think that's what our problem has been so far, is that there are so many people who choose not to follow the rules. And, you know, if people would develop the patience, number one, to understand that there are people that have medical issues, and number two, if people were patient enough to follow the rules, I think that we would have fewer patients. So please have everybody be patient so you don't become one. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Armstrong. And Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, through the chair. A few things. The reason I picked the September 21st date was because so that we could relook at it at September 21st and decide to extend it to December 31st. But the reason I put September, end of September, is because we can see how many children have been vaccinated by then and where we're going from them. We'll have a better view of what's happening. Totally different issue is the issue of those that say they can't wear a mask. We're fooling ourselves if we think the public is going to be kind enough. I've been in Costco parking lots where people have almost been at fists with people. The anger and frustration, the dirty looks somebody gets if their mask is not covering their nose. The anger and frustration out there, we're being unrealistic, and I get afraid of what could happen. You know, we've told businesses you have to mandate masks now. We turn around and say it's your choice. We've put everybody in a really tough situation here. And I had a meeting with staff yesterday at the township, and they said people are angry and they're starting to attack our staff, and they're starting to attack bylaw. And so I've had to do videos saying, you know what, they're following our rules. We create the laws. My staff just have to, and they have to follow those rules. And if they don't enforce those rules, they lose their job. So there isn't leniency for them. If you want to yell at me, but don't yell at my staff. They're doing just what they're supposed to do. So if we think that people don't believe the anti-maskers when they go in and say, I have a medical condition. So we allow people to judge one another. It's a dangerous situation. I'm sorry. And I know I'd love to say, okay, people are going to be kind, but people are frustrated. And I think kindness happens on really bright, sunny days, and we're not getting a lot of those all the time. Again, I can live with the revised amendment. Because it doesn't give the December 31st date, it goes by basically the province, which is putting the onus there. And I can withdraw mine due to that. I just wanted to justify why I had set this end of September date. And so, Mike, if you're okay that I withdraw, I can withdraw and we can go with the other amendments. But we have to be realistic. In our job, we have to realize people are frustrated. They're angry. And if they don't want to attack, they don't want to be doing this, but they don't want to be in this situation either. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton. Good note to end on. All right, we have a motion in front of us, the only remaining motion in front of us, moved, I believe, by Councillor Verbanovich and seconded by Chair Redmond, that we extend the requirements of the face covering bylaws and code of use bylaws to such time as the province's shall clerks try to word this? To such okay, wait a second, Tim's got a proposal. I'm going to read that for the benefit of audience members who may not be able to see it. That the Regional Municipality of Waterloo extends the requirements of the face covering bylaws and Code of Use bylaws, that the face covering bylaw and the amendments to the Code of Use bylaw requiring face coverings shall be reviewed by council once the face covering requirements for businesses and organizations in the regulations of the Reopening Ontario Act are revoked, and that the amending bylaws as set out in appendices A and B of report PHE 2102/PDL-LEG-21-24 dated May 11th, 2021 be amended pursuant to the paragraphs A and B above and be forwarded to council for approval, which is exactly what I was going to say. So we have that in front of us. Could you please use your yes or no buttons to vote? And that is passed unanimously. Thank you, Council, for a very, very long and thoughtful discussion. I am now going to propose that we take a 10-minute break before we return and complete our agenda and do whatever we need to do. And I will see you by my watch at 2:15. Yes. We're going back on the webcast.
Councillor Urbanovic, did you change your cell phone number?
We're live, people.
Good. Councillor Urbanovic, did you change your cell phone number?
I
No?
did, Councillor Lawrence.
You did? Oh, okay. Because I've been texting you, but you haven't been responding. Maybe you can send it to me. Thank you.
I think we have quorum, so we will get back. We're on to our consent agenda items. We've already dealt with items 413, 414, and 415. I'm going to ask whether councillors have any item they would like to move from the consent agenda. Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through the chair. It was more just to, on item, if I have this right, 4.5, the greenhouse gas emissions, to thank Kate Daly and the team there for producing our results and in trading notes with her. I noted that notwithstanding the electricity grid changes, which certainly benefit us from a greenhouse gas perspective, that the our achievements still would have been in the 15% range, well over our targets, but certainly a long way to go, and a lot more time is not on our side. So anyway, just wanted to highlight the fact to thank the team for a very concise report, and to Mr. Lochner, I would say that all the reports here were very concise, and you can see the tightening up of them, and thank you very much to the entire team.
Somebody must have known that our morning was going to be a long one. I actually wanted to just give thanks for a couple of the other items. I'd like to thank Firehouse Subs, Enbridge, Century Group, and Royal Bank for their donations, which have allowed us to purchase a new paramedic vehicle that will be very helpful. And I do also want to thank Community Services staff on the excellent survey results. I know that that transition in work has been going on for some time. COVID just complicated it, so I think it really is quite an accomplishment. Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two things. Yeah, I wanted to echo what Councillor Jaworski said in terms of the annual corporate greenhouse gas emission report. We are certainly progressing quite well, although there are people in the community who would like us to enhance our targets, and maybe something we'll have to consider. And the other thing, Madam Chair, I just want to express my disappointment that there's no presentation on property tax capping.
You're not getting it from me. Craig, would you like to say anything? Is that a floodgate I should
well, through you, Madam Chair, I would love to speak for 45 to 60, 70, 80 minutes about property tax capping, but given how long the day has been, I'll pass on that, and we'll answer any questions should there be any.
And I see no questions. Thanks very much. All right. Looking at sorry, give me 1 second here. Oh, page 5. That's where I am. All right, we'll now vote to approve the consent agenda items moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Erb, and please use your yes or no buttons to vote. And that is unanimous. Okay, then we're on to item 5.1, verbal update on COVID, we've done. Item 5.2, we've done. Item 5.3, sustainable transportation. Do we have a presentation on that, or is that simply?
That's just the heading. That's just a strategic focus. The report is the Grand River Transit.
Yes, sorry, yes. Mr. Schmidt?
Through you, Madam Chair.
The UPass program.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no presentation. It's questions and answers only on all of the remaining TES reports.
And I see no questions. Moved by Councillor Foxon, seconded by Councillor Galloway. Please use your yes or no buttons to vote. And that's unanimous. The next item is the ION update report, which was very interesting. Is there a presentation to go along with that, or questions and answers only?
Through Madam Chair, it's questions and answers only, and all the rest of the reports from Transportation Environmental Services as well are all questions and answers. So we have no presentations.
Okay. Councillor Kiefer.
Are we on 5.7, Madam Chair? Just checking in with you.
Yes.
Okay, I just have a couple of comments with regards to that. I'm looking forward to. First of all, I want to thank staff and for trying to move this forward as quickly as possible. The people of Cambridge, are looking forward to two things. They're looking forward to LRT, and they're also looking forward to GO. And the GO thing is now, I think, with the feasibility study of the report as it's printed, makes a little bit of sense in the fact that we need to get going with this. It's obvious that the Milton route isn't going to work, or they're saying it's not going to work. And I'm encouraged by the fact that we're going to have, eventually we're going to have some action in terms of Cambridge folks getting on rail service. It's been long in the making, and I'm happy to see my fellow colleagues pushing this or moving this ahead as fast as can be, and also staff is working hard on it, I know. So I'm very appreciative of what's going on there, and I just wanted to make those comments about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I realized I jumped ahead of 5.6, but I will ask Councillor Galloway, does he want to speak to 5.7, or is he just letting me know I jumped ahead of 5.6?
No, I wanted to speak to the ION report, Madam Chair. Want that now?
Please go ahead. Yes.
Two questions. It's encouraging some of the progress that we've made on the electronic fare management system. And I know that when we were having some serious problems with the system, there were concerns about the assistance, follow-up that the supplier was providing. And so I'm wondering if Mr. Schmidt or someone could comment on the involvement of the supplier and whether or not their involvement has met the standard that we would expect.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll pass that to Mr. Zink to respond to.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Galloway, I'm actually very happy to report, Councillor Galloway, we've made tremendous strides with EFMS over the last year and a half. We didn't start out in a great place with the reliability of equipment. Our staff has worked with the vendor nonstop over the last 18 months to get us to a better place. So yes, they've done a good job. We have released one of their final 2 payments to them just after Christmas, and we're looking to move forward with another milestone payment later this year, pending, crossing all the I's and dotting all the T's on the contractual piece, but their performance has improved tremendously over this time.
Well, that's good to hear, Peter, and good to see that the system is working better now. However, its performance is doing better during a period of relatively low ridership. Are there any concerns that once we get back to normal, whenever that is, in terms of ridership and, of course, the use of the EFM, that it will stand up and will have the be robust enough to deal with 100% capacity?
Well, I think in the sense COVID has been a bit of a blessing, allowed us to catch up. We made a lot of equipment changes, especially pin pads, which were causing a number of challenges for us during that time. We also made a number of software changes to ease the user interface to reduce the amount of, I'll call it user errors that we were seeing because of the information perhaps wasn't as clear for them. So I'm confident that going forward, we'll certainly see more than we have today, but we won't see the numbers we had prior to launch of LRT.
Okay, thanks. The second question I had has to do with fair inspections. So as I've expressed before, some concern about us doing as many fair inspections as we are, and some of the pushback we're hearing from the community in regards to that. Reading in the report that up to 10% of fares are inspected on the ION. Of course, 100% of fares are inspected on buses, but 10%, and we're having a 3% non-payment rate. And if I remember correctly from previous conversations, the 3% is some kind of an industry standard. Most transit authorities attempt to achieve 3% or less, of course. At what point in time, Mr. Zink, are we able to ratchet down our fare inspection or experiment, let's say, with fare inspection, and to see that if we were to reduce our fare inspection, let's just say hypothetically by half, what the non-compliance rate would be, in order to know where the sensitivity is in terms of inspection versus delinquency, fare delinquency. There are systems in the world that have no fare inspection, and of course, their rates of non-compliance can be upwards of 20% or higher, as I understand it. So where's the sweet spot? How do we find that sweet spot between the amount of fare inspection we're doing and the amount of non-compliance?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's an interesting question. We're trying to strike a balance here on fare inspection and compliance with paying fares. And the consultants that did our study three years ago recommended a 3% evasion rate or acceptable rate. Obviously 0 would be best, not practical, but best. So we have structured our fare inspection hours around doing 10%, also a guidance from the consultants to achieve this number. So we're doing what was recommended. The balance is one to what, it becomes a bother to people, but it also is ensuring we're collecting revenue. So you can reduce inspection rates to test that theory and see how we do. I wouldn't suggest that this is the time to do that for a number of reasons. One of the main reasons is we are doing, it's not just fare inspection, our staff is on trains. They also provide ambassador services. They're there for information. They provide incident response. And in the last 6 months, they've been doing mask monitoring and enforcing the mask bylaw. So we are using them not just for fare inspection, but also to support the riders in general for whatever they need. They're the only true point of contact there. Yes, you can ask for assistance from the operator through the remote alarm, but in terms of in-presence, staff on fare inspection duties are providing that as well. So yes, of course we could, experiment with different levels at the risk of increasing our fare evasion rate. That's a possibility.
Well, don't disagree, Mr. Zink, and I'm wondering, you know, what other similar transit authorities are doing in terms of inspection. And as you've put it, there's a lot to it. I mean, there is the security function that these people provide, information, education function that they somewhat provide, and of course the fare evasion enforcement piece. But we also know, and this is another factor that has to be baked into the analysis as well, is that there are people from certain racialized communities who actually see the enforcement staff on ION in a much more intimidating fashion than maybe non-racialized people see. So that's another factor I think we have to bake into the analysis. Of where the sweet spot is, if there is such a thing, when it comes to fair inspection. And so I'm wondering if in your travels and your industry associations, Peter, that other people have analyzed this and come up with maybe alternate methods or best practices to deal with all the various elements, the security, the information, the fare evasion, and also trying to deal sensitively as possible with some of the racialized communities. Is there any research or information on that you've come across?
Most of it centers around, through you, Madam Chair, my apologies. Most of that centers around fare evasion rates, amongst the various modes of transit, whether it's bus, light rail, heavy rail, those type of modes. And also the technology that you're using. For example, as you mentioned, fare evasion rates on buses is lower than light rail operations, streetcar operations, and operations with fare gates. So there's various amounts of evasion or lack of evasion on those. In terms of the racialized community, and I'm not aware of any studies. I know it's a sensitivity in the United States, and there's been some discussion at that point. Our procedures are to inspect the entire train, every passenger on the train. So we feel we're consistent with that in responding to those. So the amount of enforcement we have on the train, they're doing all trains at all times. So we would not be looking at any differently at people on the train. It's strictly about fare.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rentz, is your question about the ION update or the next item? Sorry, Jeff, you're muted.
The next item, 5.7.
Okay. Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's in relation to the ION, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And just very quickly, just to let you know that Cambridge, the Cambridge Council and the people in Cambridge are very excited about stage 2 of the ION. And in fact, if anything, they ask if you can hurry up and get it down to Cambridge. So it's a very good and very exciting opportunity for us to tell you how excited the community is. So thank you very much for all the work that's been done on it. And like I said, the community can't wait for it to arrive. So that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Great to hear. Councillor Foxton?
I am also on the next one, Madam Chair.
All right. All right, so that was item 5.4, which is an information. Item 5.5 is also an information. That's a temporary bike lanes wrap-up survey. And Councillor Foxton?
I believe Jeff was before me, if that's what he was wanted on.
Jeff, is that your item?
Yes, it is. I believe it is, yes.
I thought it might be.
Yeah. Can I go ahead? I'm good?
Yes, you are.
Great. So just just beforehand, two comments that I'd like to make is we get all this information last week. And I think if anybody has any complicated or questions that they need to talk to staff about, I think that's the opportunity then to get the information instead of having us sit here and listen to all of the things that really seem more complicated to me. I appreciate other members of council having concern on certain items, but I think if we need to interact with staff, that's what we can do with either email or calling them before we have this meeting. My second comment would be to Councillor Mann, you better start lobbying your MPs and your MPPs because regional taxpayers aren't getting the LRT there. It's just not going to happen. We need provincial and federal assistance to make it go. And I think all of us should be looking at that issue in the upcoming provincial election next year. But that's, members of provincial and federal governments that are running in the next campaign should understand how excited the residents are doing, and I think in all of the regions. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, Mike. I just wanted to let you know that I think it's exciting too, but hopefully it'll happen in our lifetime.
And through the chair, thanks, Jeff.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure this out, Thomas. We're locked into a contract with contractors until the spring of 2022 on this hiring 15 new employees.
5.6.
Sorry.
I thought we were on the bike lanes.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of which.
Sorry. I thought we were dealing with the contractors. Isn't that what you were going to deal with, Sue?
No, it was the bike lanes. Sorry. Jeff.
I don't want to talk about the bike lanes. I'll pass on that.
Go ahead, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. If I may, just a quick question. I read the report. It says that driver's perception was that there was delays. So I think I take a little bit of offense to the word perception. Is staff trying to tell me that there wasn't delays, that drivers just perceived it? Because I'm sure if you looked in front of Cambridge Memorial Hospital and you talked to Councillor Rents about West and Councillor Michael Harris about Westmount Road and such, I think there were really delays. I don't think it was perceived, but I could be wrong. I stand to be corrected.
Mr. Schmidt?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think we do say that there are delays. There was about a 6.5% or 6% delay on average to drivers during some times of the day. In certain periods, yes, there were delays. Others, they're not. I'll take your feedback. Yes, there were real delays. It was not just a perception. I think most of them were relatively minor.
Most of the word perception should be removed. Thank you.
Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through the chair. Yet again, I'd like to thank staff, certainly from the clerk's office in terms of structuring our PDFs so that we can actually dig in and get the extra information from the attachments. And to Mr. Vandekeer, to thank you and your team. Certainly COVID lanes, we'll never know how much they protected us from a health perspective. That certainly we'll never know that. And we do know they're controversial, as Councillor Lawrence would readily admit, I'm sure. But I really appreciate the staff digging in and looking at the four perspectives: cyclists, drivers, transit riders, and pedestrians. Because I think this was an experiment, and we really went right to the wall on this one. And to eke out all the possible benefit of understanding what the perceptions and realities were for all the users was really advantageous. And I think we could have certainly, perhaps called it quits after we picked up the barrels. But a big thank you to staff for eking out all the benefits of this investment, because I do know all 16 of us on regional council are supportive of permanent infrastructure for transit, for cyclists, and for all mobility users. So thank you very much, Mr. Vandekeer.
Councillor Strickland, is it on the bike lanes?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report. I guess quick thumbnail. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Foxton for raising that comment. was pejorative, I thought, in terms of drivers' perception rather than the reality. And you know, it may show, I'm not saying it does, but it may show a little bit of unconscious bias in the writer of the report towards cyclists rather than drivers. And so we must strive a balance in everything that we do when it comes to promoting active transportation. If there's one thing that clearly is illustrative in this report is the amount of work we need to do with our driver population on creating a cycling infrastructure. So I think that's really important. And I was, you know, like it was obviously some of the results of the survey were predictable, but I was surprised even from the cyclists at 7.4 out of 10 in terms of their satisfaction with the temporary bike lanes. I would have thought that number would have been higher. Driver response is predictable, 3.5 out of 10. Pedestrians, 5.5 out of 10. And what was the final group here? Is a final two. Public transit users, 4.3 out of 10. And residents along westbound, particularly 4.4 out of 10. So I would say that those results are fairly underwhelming on a variety of fronts with respect to, you know, large users and or people who are connected to these temporary bike lanes. And so I think that this is very informative for any future initiative. And I hope there's not one coming too soon on temporary bike lanes. And as you know, I'm long been a supporter of permanent cycling infrastructure. We've allocated, you know, millions of dollars in our budget for permanent cycling infrastructure. And I think this exercise shall inform our future deliberations and help us refocus on making sure we get permanent cycling infrastructure attached to all of our road projects and wherever it makes sense in creating a interconnected cycling network right across the region. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strickland. And I see no other hands up on this item. Item 5.6, winter road maintenance on regional roads in the Four Township, is a decision item. Is there any discussion? Councillor Novak.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. I just wanted to, I certainly appreciate the discussion that that happened between Steve and Thomas and your group when it come to making this recommendation. I understand there was some robust discussion, and I think it went on as recently as last evening. I received an email from Steve talking with our CAO. Nice to see that all the CAOs, well, I think the CAOs and the staff at the townships are appreciating this report, and it's a very detailed report. So I'm happy to support this. I think it's a step in the right direction. I'd like to be able to have a better understanding of what some of the summer work that happens. I know that there's some work with the trees that have to be replaced from time to time. I know there's some issues with regard to mowing the lawns along the different corridors and that sort of thing. It'd be interesting to have an idea on exactly what's involved with that. This is a little bit off topic, but it was on the back of my mind, so I'm going to mention it anyway. There's a lot of work done on those corridors when it comes to mowing the grass, and I'm hearing anecdotally that from time to time some of the operators are saying that they really run over a lot of bee city type pollinators and that sort of stuff. They're running over rabbits. They're running over. They just sort of clear cut some of these areas, and I'm just wondering, well, whether that has to be done to that extent. Maybe something to think about down the line. But I know that's a little bit off topic. But I just wanted to say that I'm going to support this this recommendation.
Councillor Novak, did you have the question about off-season maintenance or?
Well, I think maybe just staff. I don't need a full report, and I don't need it like today or tomorrow either. I mean, if they could just come up with some sort of a list of things that they do, and maybe look at ways of cutting on some of the work that's done there.
Okay, staff can take that as direction.
Yeah.
Councillor Lorenz.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, my paper I get doesn't have the items numbers.
Yeah, I feel for you, Jeff.
So I have a number of questions on this, and I was surprised to hear that these discussions were all the way down to the wire, because I certainly didn't hear anything. But the concern I have, and I guess the question I have, first of all, Thomas, and I'll ask it again, is so this won't begin to take place till next spring, 2022, the rollout of this program, is that right? Because we have contractors now on a contract till then?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we have a contractor that we put in place last fall in order to address the past winter season and the coming winter season. So that was a two-year contract. Given the time frame we have of getting staff, we feel we can hire 5 staff this year. That will set us up well into next year for spring to be able to start to utilize those people, and then hire the additional people we need through 2022, and basically take all of the winter maintenance back in-house for the start of not the coming winter, but the following winter.
So what does this winter maintenance contractor do in the summertime?
The contract we have is for the winter maintenance only. So the contractor is not doing anything for us in the summer.
But now we're going to hire 15 new staff, and they're going to be full-time staff working around the clock. So we're going to go from nobody doing maintenance during the spring and summer to 15 people now that we have to find jobs. Correct?
I suppose correct in that is what we're doing. I don't think it's a question of finding jobs for them. There is a significant amount of work that we're not doing. The tree maintenance alone, we plant many trees as part of our capital programs. And I'll be quite blunt, we really do very little for those trees after the construction period. And I think the number is over a third of those die within the first five years. So we have a lot of work there to maintain and work on those. In essence, we plant the trees, and we really do very little for them other than deal with them if they die, whether that's within 5 years or later on when they need to be removed. So just that in itself is a significant amount of work that needs to be done. Many of our roundabouts, they are not part of our grass cutting contract. So the roundabout maintenance is another significant amount of piece of work, which we get a number of comments, I'll say complaints on the amount of maintenance. So that would be another area where we'd be stepping up the maintenance. We are also looking at, there may be opportunity, depending on the amount of work we have, to help other areas in the region as well. So we're talking to the airport and others where we may be able to provide assistance in those areas and reduce their reliance on contractors. As is noted in the report, there's about $350,000 we're saving right off the bat by not having a contractor doing work that these people will take on.
I see Mr. Lochner's turned his camera on.
Yes, you, Madam Chair. For me, when this came in terms of adding staff, and I know it's always a difficult decision whether we should add more resources or not, it was a 17,100 additional hours for a very limited cost that really was the differentiator for me. So that's a huge value from my perspective in terms of additional hours added for, again, very little cost, and the deferral of hiring additional staff to fill those 17,100 hours through more costly means. So I thought this was a very high return on investment for council to consider.
Madam Chair, I'm not finished yet.
Go ahead.
So I'm just trying to understand this, Thomas, because I agree with you. You drive up iron needles and almost every second tree is dead and no one's ever gone out to fix them. But are we going to say that we have plow-rated truck drivers are going to be out replacing trees now, or how does that all work? So this surprises me a little bit. I'd also, I think there's an opportunity for us to realign our forces And, you know, instead of just considering it as a snow operation in the townships, but we look at also taking over some of the regional roads that connect, that border the townships or that come into the urban areas, and maybe cutting back on what we have to pay the three large municipalities. So I think it seems like we have enough time to be able to rework how we're going to do this and maybe have some discussions. But to me, it seems like, I don't know who plows Trustler Road and then Iron Needles Road on the west side. Who plows all the roads around the boundary that one side is a township or one is the large municipality? Does the city of Kitchener do that on Iron Needles and we pay them, or does our contractor do it? Those are the kinds of things I'd be interested in, and I'd be interested to see how we can kind of mesh this and pool our resources that we have now. We're bringing 15 new employees on. Hopefully they can multitask and do different kinds of jobs. So I have no problem with that. I don't see any detail in this devil at all.
Through you, Madam Chair, I mean, we can get to that level of detail, but I can't tell you, maybe Mr. Vandeker can, I can't tell you specifically who's plowing which particular road out there. But I do know, I do know there are agreements in place on those roads. So it's absolutely clear if that road is being plowed by Kitchener, let's say, for us,
I understand.
then Kitchener is being compensated for that road, regardless of if it's a boundary road or not. If that road is being done by regional staff, then we're not paying Kitchener to do that particular road. So we are very specific and very clear on who's doing what road. And we also try and pick transfer locations that make sense. So it's not just a question of going to a boundary and turning around. It's what is a logical place to do that turnaround, and then making sure that those two services connect. So I can assure you that that is happening. The issue.
Let me just stop you right there. I agree with you. All I'm saying is, if we're looking at changing operations in 22, 23, let's see how we can work with the cities and the township to make it work for everybody. That's all I'm saying. If we have agreements on who's plowing that road, maybe now we have the ability to do it instead of the city. So we can save some money there. They can use their resources to get to my street quicker. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not the end of the world to try to work with other municipalities to see if we can pool our resources, especially when it's things like winter and summer maintenance. I mean, everybody's running behind on all of that stuff.
So we are actually working with the local municipalities and are planning a report that's coming forward. I believe it's in June, concerning our contract with them, and we renegotiate that contract. I know we've had to extend it a couple of times because of COVID, but we are renegotiating that work with them. As far as the report goes today, we are doing exactly what you're saying, which is trying to balance that workload. And generally, the region has historically had more winter work, and we balanced on the base of our winter work and then tried to contract out and have others do summer work for us. With these additional staff, we're able to get a better balance between summer and winter work than we've had in the past.
That's not in the report, so I'd like to see that at some point. But Councillor Nowak even said you guys went, like, we just kind of resolved this last week, so it's not like the other municipalities are aware of it. If we approve this, and I think it's important that we try to balance our resources for the best for everybody. Okay? I'd be happy to move it.
Councillor Foxton?
Thank you. Yeah, just to get back to Jeff's point, Jeff, the road crews in all of the 7 municipalities have been working together from day one, so that there's not duplication. We try to be cost efficient. So we try to do areas, whether they're regional or township, and then we swap off with the region so that there's more efficiencies, so that we're not driving huge spaces where we lift up the plows so that we can plow on the next township road. So it's already worked out, but you're absolutely right. It would be nice to see this so we have full knowledge of this. So you make a very valid point.
Thank you.
Councillor Novak?
Just for clarification, I don't believe I said that they just resolved this last week. I think if that's what you interpreted, so be it. But what I was trying to come across with was that, this is, they've been discussing this for some time, and it was just in the last few days that there was some clarifications made to our staff. And it was important clarifications. And it was nice to see that, our Director of Public Works was consulted and actually had some very solid input into this report. So I just wanted to make that clear, Councillor Lawrence.
All right, I see no other comments or questions. We will now vote on this recommendation, moved by Councillor Nowak, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Please use your yes or no buttons. They're still flickering. Now they're down to 6. Did you get a count? Okay, that's unanimous. They all came on and then they all started to go off again. All right, on to 5.7. Councillor Kiefer did speak to this already. This is also a decision regarding the region endorsing the findings of the Cambridge to Toronto GO Train feasibility study. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, this is moved by Councillor Jaworski and seconded by Councillor Lorenz. Please use your buttons to vote. I believe that's unanimous. There's a hand instead of a check, but I'm going to take that as a yes. And that's passed. All right. There's information correspondence in your agendas. Is there any other business? Seeing none, the next meeting is June 1st, 2021. And I need a motion to go into closed session, moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Mann. Please vote. And that's unanimous. All right, we're going to closed. Yeah, we're just going to take a few minutes for staff to set up, and